Welcome back to Nintagious. How are you guys doing tonight? You ever feel like it's just not meant to be? We had some looks like they cleared up, but we were having some frame drops right after I started the stream, and I was like, that's just one thing to add to the pile. It's par for the course. Also, my allergies suck this weekend. This is probably the worst I've dealt with in a couple years. And it's like bad in a not that bad way, if that makes sense. Like realistically, the thing that's I guess let's go ahead and get this started. We'll probably be talking about it throughout the night because I'm in just misery right now. The thing that sucks about sinuses, for those that don't deal with them, is that you never know how they're going to affect you. It can be different pretty much every time. I've dealt with the migraines. I've learned to deal with those. I've dealt with like, oh, my nose is just bone dry. I've dealt with dried out itchy eyes. There's earaches. I've dealt with all sorts of different types. What's been bugging me the last couple weeks is like, it's just like TMI maybe, but it's just phlegm, dude, and it just won't stop. How are you doing? And this is probably, I'm not in pain or anything. It's just kind of annoying, like compared to like the migraines and stuff. It's just annoying. It's just annoying, and it interferes with my ability to do my job. I guess that's the irritating thing. Because I feel like I shouldn't be streaming, because I might just start gagging at any given moment, and it's just gonna sound awful. Or, best case scenario, I'll just be clearing my throat all night long, which also probably does not sound good. So, it sucks. That's actually not why I canceled the stream on Friday. Although Friday was a similar deal, where it was like, some nights I just feel like it's not meant to be. Some nights I'm just like, no. Not tonight. That was probably the worst one we've taken of him so far. That wasn't centered even a little bit, but that's okay. Yeah, Friday was just... It was just stuff piling up, and I was like, I don't think I should tonight. But, I think around, like, midnight-ish, my sinuses went bonkers, and I was just sitting here gagging for like 30 minutes, and so I was glad I didn't stream. Then it happened again this morning, and then it happened again today when I just got up. So everything sucks. I just kind of want to, after E3, I might just go to sleep until summer leaves. I might just like, sorry guys, I'll see you in September. Have a nice summer. I'm out because this is fucking bullshit and I hate it. I probably won't actually do that, but boy oh boy is it tempting. I think that's everything we want to change. I think we should be good. Okay. Give me the quest. Give me the quest that's full of turn off, like, not turn offable tutorials after I just turned off tutorials. Got him. But anyway, yeah, these summer sinuses are fucking garbage this year, and I am in, it's misery. I hate it. And like I said, it's not like I'm not suffering. I'm not in pain or anything, which is something, because I can still, like, sleep and enjoy playing video games and such. It's just talking becomes a bit of an issue, and then then streaming becomes a bit of an issue.
Hey, hero.
But we're gonna try our best, because I did not want to cancel the stream again. The crash courses in particular are on a very tight schedule. So I did not want to drop one and then have it set the whole thing back, like, a week. So we'll see what happens. Now, one thing is, to a point, I think keeping myself talking, or in some cases just listening to music and singing or acapella-ing. I don't know if that really counts as singing. I think keeping my voice active actually helps keep my throat clear. Whereas just sitting here not doing anything, I actually think that doesn't help. I think that just makes it worse. So
Hey, hero. Right.
yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad. At the moment, it's, aside from the occasional clearing of my throat, it seems like it cleared up, thankfully.
If it isn't Kamura's brightest flame.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
I've been waiting for you.
I don't think I'm gonna want to speedrun these these games by the time we're done.
Excellent. That's my ace.
Just gotta throw that out there. I think the unfun parts of this run are enough for me to be like, yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, Light Gazer guy, how you guys doing? Anyone else lurking around? It's good to have you. So this is the Sword and Shield tonight. I have very limited knowledge of the Sword and Shield. In every Monster Hunter game except for this one, the Sword and Shield is the one that you start with. Like, when you boot the game up, that's the weapon they give you first, and they're like, here, use this. So in 3, the first game I played, I did play the Sword and Shield for a while, until I decided this is kind of basic, I'm gonna do something else. In every other game, I switched immediately. They've added a lot to Sword and Shield since then, so I don't think it's quite as basic as it was back in 3, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, hello. Ah. Funny dongo or a taste of heaven. Be careful.
They left without you? Did they know that you wanted to go? Were you late? Let me do the benefit of the doubt thing first before I'm like, yo, fuck those guys. I'm assuming they either didn't know that you wanted to go, or you were like an hour late or something, and they bailed. For some reason the second Silkbind didn't come out. That sucked. Can I really not climb that?
Delivery complete.
Oh, I forgot to change Coco to follow me. Remember to do that? We also have to go to crafting list, auto craft, turn on first aid. Get back up there. What are you doing? Yeah, it didn't sound like Microsoft had a lot that I was super interested in.
Sweet.
Eno gave me a breakdown of the Xbox conference, and I commented on a couple of things that I was like, I felt like I had something to comment on, but I don't remember what they were. The trailer for Outer World 2 is probably the best trailer in all E3s, and the show might as well just be over, because no one's gonna beat it. I read a recap of the Square Enix conference, and I wasn't too terribly impressed. Nothing really made me say, like, oh, cool. I totally didn't even grab the thing, dude. I did see that Diablo 2 Remastered got I keep thinking it's Resurrected. Is that what it's actually called, or is that just my having a better imagination than the people at Blizzard? But I saw that has a release date, which is neat. It's not until September, which kinda sucks. But, what if I gave it a price tag? I feel like that's gonna be important on if I actually get it or not. Oh, I didn't get any lanterns from that. That sucks out loud. If it's a $60 game, I might not be interested. But if it's like, I don't think I'd want to pay higher than 40. Oh, there was a lantern back there somewhere that I missed. Well, this is slow. We're losing time. Na 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 na. Is it called Resurrected? So I'm not imagining that. Oh yeah, I saw that Bethesda's adding the rest of their stuff to Game Pass, which is cool because I have watched a couple people play bits and pieces of the 2 new Doom games, and they both look super cool and I'd like to play them, but they only had Eternal on Game Pass, so I was kind of like, I should probably wait until they add the other ones. I'm under the impression I might like the Wolfensteins too, so maybe we'll also do those at some point. I feel like there's the next time I renew Game Pass, there's gonna be a lot to do, I think. We might have another period of we're just playing PC games for the foreseeable future, because I think there's a lot on there for me to tackle. Isn't Nier Automata on there too? And I also really want to play that.
Let's make this a quick one.
I think they said they're putting Hades on there as well, which I'd also like to play. And as I've mentioned a couple times over the last couple weeks, we have a Deep Rock Galactic update coming soonish too, so.
Let's go.
Man, it's funny. I keep hearing people bring up. I did not even know what Back for Blood was until I looked at the E3 schedule and saw it on there, and I was like, I don't know what this is. And right away, everyone was like, "You don't know what Back for Blood is? You haven't played Left 4 Dead?" I've never had an interest. It just never interested me. And at first, everyone was like, what do you mean it didn't interest you? And then, like, over the last 24 hours, I've actually heard a lot of people also be like, yeah, I don't care. And I'm like, okay, good, I'm not alone. That's reassuring. For a second, I thought I was, like, the only person in the world that just didn't care.
Something here.
I actually own Left 4 Dead 2. I've just never played it, because I don't care. I think I got it for free during a Steam sale or something.
Looks like there's something here.
I hate everything. Alright, where's my backup? I always forget. Oh no. Oh no, you hate to see it. Okay. I hate this part. A lot.
What's this?
Come on. Thank you. I guess the most promising stuff from the Square Enix one is, I'm like half interested in Final Fantasy Origin or whatever it's called, the Dark Souls-like one, but there's like an equal number of stuff that I'm intrigued by and that I'm disgusted by, if that makes sense. Like, first off, major points for the fact that it's an actual fucking gameplay trailer. It's not just a cinematic trailer, so that was pretty cool. It shows actual real gameplay, which was immediately impressive, because I was like, yo, this is a game. This is a video game. They're not just selling a fucking cutscene. So that was cool. The fact that they brought what's-his-name back as Garland is pretty fucking awesome. I forget the guy's name, but he played Garland in the Dissidias, and it was like they went back and played them and were like, nope, that's perfection, we don't have to change this. Like, just bring him back. I'm hoping they also brought Keith David back for Chaos. That would be super cool. But, so that was neat.
What is it?
The character design is fucking awful, as per usual. Like, it just looks, like, the characters look so bland and boring. Like, that's the one thing that I was like, don't care. Because these characters just look not interesting whatsoever. I guess we're gonna go with this one.
Gotcha.
I don't love it. The sharpness isn't fantastic, but we'll be able to upgrade it pretty quickly. And it has pretty good damage. It has better damage than the Kamura tree, so it's probably gonna be where we want to go.
Now get hunting.
Okay, gotta eat. Otherwise, also the game's really dark, and there's like no color at all. And I'm kind of over that. I dislike that. It feels like Square Enix thinks all of their big games need to be, like, super, like, gray and brown and, like, uninteresting looking. And it's really off-putting. I wish they'd get over it. The 1 through 6 pixel remaster? I don't know what the fuck that means. Is intriguing, but they didn't show us or tell us anything, so like, and it's PC and mobile only, so my hopes aren't very high, but, you know, we can hope, I guess. It has promise, though. It'll be a way to play 3 and 5, which would be pretty neat.
Let's make this a quick one.
Let's grab some extra ore, just in case. Probably not gonna need it, but just in case. Just in case. Let's boogie. Let's go fight a monster. I need to move my goddamn splits. I don't know why they always, like, spawn on that side of the screen. Why can't you just spawn where I had you last? Jared, how's it going? I mean, I wouldn't say it's crazy. It's E3. That's what happens. Oh man, Peter, how's it going, by the way? Welcome to the stream. Let's grab some more.
These are the hunting
Yes.
bases.
Shut up. You bother me. Okay, I don't know what this weapon does. Okay. Pretty simple X combo, okay. And A is like the shield combo, right? So I'm gonna try and go for the head with that, because that knocks out. I can't like combo those together, it doesn't look like. Oh, maybe I can. Yeah, I kinda can. Jerk. And XA is like jump slash. Okay. I'm gonna assume they can't really block super well. They're not gonna be able to block the same shit that, like, Lance can block, right? That'd be crazy. Burning through sharpness, something fierce. Knockout. You love to see it. What? Is that an actual silk bind? Because that's just that one. It says on A. I thought that was on X. X just, like, yeeted me out of there. Is that all that does? Alright, come here. Go, go.
I'm going after it!
Get after it!
Don't mind me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for them to not put it on consoles, though. I don't know. I think Square Enix is, like, at this point, it's almost behind times. Like, a couple of years ago, every developer was like, dude, we gotta get on we gotta get in on this mobile market. Like, this is the moneymaker. And they were just dumping all of their resources into that. And I feel like most developers have given up on that, but Square Enix is still like, oh yeah, baby, mobile. That's what it's all about. Like, Capcom was really into it for a while too, but now they're just kind of like, they make like one game for mobile, like every now and then. Like, it's a lot more limited than it used to be.
Now's your chance!
Alright, so one thing about Sword and Shield that I know is a thing is you can use items without putting your weapon away, which is kind of cool. Really? You're leaving again? You're going back exactly where we started? Okay. But the fact that they didn't show us anything about those remasters tells me that, like, they haven't even decided which platforms they're going to yet. That seemed like such a, here's the thing we're doing announcement, but, like, we only just started, like, last week.
Pay attention to your stamina.
Like, we're still in the planning phases, is what I read that announcement as. Wow, you can't block them? Oh. It'd be super weird for them to not put it on console, though, for sure. But at least it's not mobile only, I guess. It's a start. We can, we'll start with that. And it's just so selective. Like, everyone owns a smartphone now, so I kind of get that. But, like, not that many people own PCs anymore. And I think a lot of people that do own PCs, especially for gaming, they're typically looking at that super high-end stuff, not, like, retro stuff. I don't think that's what they look for. And if they do, they probably just emulate it. Let's be real. So it seems like a typical case of Square Enix not understanding consumers. Yeah, I think that was something they were like, we started on this last month. So we just... It's not that they're not coming to other platforms, it's just that we don't know yet. We haven't gotten that far. That was pretty fast. Like, that was... We kind of... We shredded him a little bit. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep my eye on Origin. I think it could be cool. As I said, I think it impressed and didn't impress, like, simultaneously, based on its first look.
How about this weather,
There were some things where I was like, oh, cool, and other things where I was like, what?
Good luck.
Mostly the character designs. The character designs are really bad. Okay, yeah, so we just need Icium for that. Bum, 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 bum. I wonder if... Like, that shows me Forge... Ooh. Believe it or not, if we get some Monster Bone S, we might be able to upgrade straight to this one. I think we actually have all of the parts. That might be worth pursuing. That's like a very... I mean, I guess the attack isn't that good, all things considered. But it does have affinity and really good sharpness. So I think that might be worth it. I'm not going to worry about armor just yet. Since when do companies listen to consumers? I mean, yeah, they listen to money, not consumers. Or rather, money speaks. That's why I've started being like, when a company makes like a questionable decision and people are like, why are they doing this? It's like, because people are paying for it, dude. Like, why do they keep releasing Skyrim? Because people are buying it. Like, you can't really be mad at them for doing that, because it's people like you that are buying it, so why wouldn't they keep releasing it? Like, at the end of the day, I may criticize Nintendo for, like, milking their properties that are, like, the overrated ones, and they kind of don't pay attention to the other ones as much as they should. But ultimately, that's what makes them money. I can't hold it against them. It's a smart business decision to just milk the shit out of Mario 1. Because people fucking buy it, dude. Like, why wouldn't they? I may dislike it, but from a business perspective, it makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I could play Doki Doki Literature Club now, and like I could I could probably play it off stream. I couldn't stream it, because I already know everything about it, for the most part. I know all the twists and such, so I wouldn't... It wouldn't be an interesting playthrough, I don't think. I think the only way it would be interesting is if I managed to, like...
Let's see.
If, like, Eno had never played it. And then, like, have him play it, and then I would just do commentary, then maybe it would be pretty good. But I think he probably knows everything about it, too, so, like, that example doesn't necessarily work, but that's also tricky, because if, like, let's say Twain's never played, although Twain has played it, he has a playthrough on his channel. But let's say he hasn't. Well, let's use Lightgazer. Lightgazer, let's pretend Lightgazer doesn't know anything about Doki Doki Literature Club. The issue there is, like, he may as well just stream it on his own channel. Why would he stream it here, and then why would he need me on commentary? You know what I mean? So, sadly, that doesn't really mean anything to me. I mean, they said what the plus means. There's extra content and extra features and stuff. That wasn't very cryptic. They were kind of like... They kind of outright said what it was, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, more or less. I don't know if it's necessarily a parody. The issue, like, clearly I'm not going to go into the plot twists if you have no idea anything about it, but you seem to at least know that it's a psychological horror game. The sad thing is that when I first heard of Doki Doki Literature Club, I thought it was just a dating sim. And literally years later was when I found out that it was a psychological horror. And I was like, I regret that I didn't play it when I thought it was just a dating sim, because that would have, like, blown me away. I had no idea that was even a twist.
How about this weather, Be careful out
But
there.
what can you do?
Have a look around.
Hey, we got enough.
Gotcha. No problem.
Yo.
Right, let's get cracking.
That's a pretty good blade to start with, dude. That is not bad at all. When we get some more Icium, we'll continue to upgrade this just in case it winds up being useful later.
Take good care of your gear.
Onward. Yeah, like, somehow I even avoided the memes. It's crazy. Like, when did that game come out? I want to say it was only, like... I want to say, like, 5 years ago, but, like, I feel like, has the game even been out that long? No, it came out in 2017. It was at least, like, it was at least a year or two by the time I found out that it was a psychological horror game. And I think at that point, memes weren't as strong as they are now. Like, they were already, like, kinda strong, but not as unavoidable as they are now. That, and I ignored social media, so that was part of it, too. Like, for the longest time, the only social media I had anything to do with was Facebook, because I kept up with friends and family there. Now I don't use that anymore, and I only recently started using Twitter because for the channel.
Nothing personal.
So I mostly was able to avoid it. I should really not be carving these things. That makes this take way slower than it probably should. Okay, there's the last piece of Icium I needed. Come on, Coco. I need to remember to change Coco to follow me. But yeah, sadly at this point I don't think I'd be able to get anything out of playing it, so... yeah, it doesn't really mean much to me. It's kind of like cool, I guess, but it's also like you gotta wonder who is a release like that aimed at. Because I feel like there aren't many new players that actually don't know what happens yet due to the memes. You'd think a lot of people the surprise has been ruined, so it's like, who is this release aimed at? The people who already played the game, I guess? But I don't really get that. Anyway. Weren't they making a sequel? I'd be more interested in something like that, I think. Man, Sword and Shield sheathing is, like, super fast. Like, who even needs quick sheath? Easy peasy. I kind of don't understand why they don't still make this, like, the default weapon and say this is what you should start learning first. Because I feel like this is a lot easier to pick up than longsword is. Monk Snow always wants to say hi, like right at the end of this of the hunt. The tricky thing now is if you're involved in any sort of streamer community, it's gonna be tough to find psychological horror games that you don't already know everything about. Like, it's way too easy for that shit to be spoiled these days, I guess, is what I'm getting at. So I kind of don't see the appeal, just because it's so difficult to, like, actually have an experience that's legitimate. Especially as a streamer. I'm gonna split scale. Are we still good? We're still good. Okay. No, I guess there's stuff that not everybody talks about. Like, for example, I haven't heard anyone talking about Little Nightmares 2. If I were to pick that up, that would be completely blind. I haven't heard anything about that, so... And that's, in that case, a good thing. Oftentimes I'll be like, I haven't heard anything about this game, and that sucks, because that means clearly no one's playing it. But in a case like that, it's a good thing, because it preserves the experience. Let's do Lagambi this time instead of Arzuros, just to mix it up.
What is it?
Okay, so I can upgrade that. Let's go ahead and do that.
Let's get
We're not gonna equip it though, because it does have better attack. Can I make any armor? Wow, I didn't get enough for any Azuchi pieces. Well, I just used it all on the sword. Never mind.
Now get hunting.
Oh, duh. Why are there fireworks going off tonight? Is there something special this weekend aside from E3? And I don't think the people here are setting off fireworks because of E3. They probably don't even know what E3 means. Or what it is. But fireworks! So, that's a thing. I don't know if you guys can hear it. If you can, I apologize and or enjoy the ambiance, depending on how you feel about it. What else was I gonna say? That's a definite issue with, like, any game, though, for sure. Like, there's a particular game that I've been considering playing. I want to play it around Halloween time. But it's such a popular game that it's intimidating to play it. Because I'm afraid of backseating, I'm afraid of what if I don't like it, and everyone's just kind of like... But, like, but people like it so much that they're gonna refuse to see the flaws, and they're just gonna be like, "Nah, you're wrong. It's perfect." Like, the woes of a the woes of a streamer. It's not as not as fun in games as a lot of people probably think it is. I guess it depends on your approach, on if you're approaching it as a job or approaching it as it's something to do. It's a fun something to do. I forgot to Gazer, do me a favor and drop a thing in chat that just says, "Remember to do the thing with Coco," because I keep forgetting. It hasn't bitten me yet, but I need to remember to do that. Otherwise, it's gonna piss me off later. I know it will.
There you are.
Yo, Sword and Shield's pretty good at taking out like small hordes of enemies. Not that that's a thing that's useful in this game at all, but. I gotta figure out how to do the real fancy combo for when I knock something down. I remember I did it in the training room at one point just to be like, hey, I did it. But I don't remember how to activate it now. Brothers are gamers, and somehow they don't know of E3. I mean, E3 is not very mainstream, so I'm not surprised by that. You gotta kind of question, maybe not question, but acknowledge the fact that, like, and this is something I have to do on a regular basis as far as streaming goes. Not everyone looks at gaming news every single day like we do. And it can be tough to keep that in mind, because sometimes it's tough when I'm streaming and, like, we've been talking about E3 for 3 weeks, and then someone comes in and they're like, dude, Nintendo has a presentation on Tuesday, are you excited? And it's like, we've been talking about this for weeks, dude. How are you only just now finding out about this? But some people just don't live it in the same way that we do, is what it comes down to. Like, a lot of mainstream gamers only know, like, Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto, and that's about it. Like, they just don't... They're not that level of gamers. I would consider them casual gamers, even though most people think casual and think, like, Wii Sports and stuff. But I would argue the people that, like, own a game console and only pay any attention to AAA titles, I'd consider them to also be casual gamers. Just in a different way. Yeah, and to a point, like, from the streamer side of things, like, I came to terms pretty quickly with the fact that we're going to be talking about the same thing over and over again. And that doesn't really bother me anymore. Like, sometimes it does. And it's mostly when people aren't very good at holding a conversation. Like, this is the problem with the Smash Brothers discussion anymore. Because 9 times out of 10, someone's like, hey, what characters do you want to see in Smash Brothers? And you're like, yeah, sure, I guess I'll take the bait. I wouldn't mind having this conversation. I think Chrono would be really cool. And then they're just like, I want to see Roblox, Lel, Kek W. And I'm like, now it's not fun. Now talking about the same thing over and over again isn't fun. When all you hear is fucking Goku and Fortnite and Roblox and Minecraft Steve and Waluigi, it becomes not fun to talk about it anymore. Otherwise, like, I could talk about E3 stuff all day. Like, if we had to talk about E3 7 times tonight, where someone's like, hey, did you see such and such a conference? That's not gonna bother me. It almost feels like I'm playing a Warriors character that doesn't have their full combo unlocked yet. Does that make any sense? It feels like the combo ends prematurely, like, every time. You can link X into A, though. I just discovered that. That's nice.
Pay attention to your stamina.
This should do.
Yeah, it's the other thing. Like, that's something I don't particularly like talking about over and over and over again are rumors. Which is, like, why I typically don't like going down the Switch Pro alley, although sometimes I find myself doing it anyway, to my own dismay. Well, give me that knockout, baby. I think what it comes down to is, like, I can talk about the same subject multiple times in one night if the person that's asking about it can actually provide conversation about it. Or at least, no conversation's better than bad conversation, I guess. Like, if someone asked about Smash characters, and they were like, oh, that's cool. I really wanted Sephiroth, and he's already in there, so, like, I don't really care who the characters are. I was just curious who you wanted to see. That's fine. I can live with that. It's better than that. What if Roblox? No, I want to knock that motherfucker out.
Follow it. Run.
Let me do a quick pass here. Let me see weapon controls. Oh, ZR and X is a rising slash. I didn't think of that. Okay, it's back and A is the backstep. Okay. And you have a charged slash, and then you have the perfect rush. Okay, that's mostly what I wanted to know. A forward-leaping attack, successful hit will lead into a scaling slash. So you can, like, hit monsters with that X. You don't just yeet yourself out of there. Okay. I think I must have missed the first time I did it. And then we were talking yesterday, I think Guy might have caught some of this conversation in View's stream. Was that yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. About how there's a difference between, when it comes to Smash in particular, there's a difference between this character would make a good Smash character, and this character should be in Smash. And I think a lot of people don't know what the difference between that is. And at the time I used the example of Earthworm Jim. I was like, Earthworm Jim has enough versatility in his games and to make a moveset and be a good Smash character. Does that mean he should be in Smash Brothers? Hell no. He hasn't been relevant in 20 years. Like, they haven't even re-released the games. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. And I think a lot of people, especially kids, I think a lot of kids especially are just, I like this character, therefore they should be in the game. And it's like, no. What you mean is you like this character, and, like, sure, you'd like to see them in the game, but you have to acknowledge the fact that sometimes it's just unlikely. And maybe that's the problem with Waluigi. I think, like, they could make a moveset with Waluigi, but that doesn't necessarily mean he needs to be in the game. Now, case in point, Minecraft Steve. Like, did that need to be in the game? No. Was it a good idea? No. But that does go to show you, that and Piranha Plant goes to show you you can literally make a moveset out of anything. That doesn't mean the character should be in the game. And I think we should learn from those. You hear Master Chief a lot, too, and I think a lot of people forget that the has to appear on a Nintendo platform is a rule. And I think it's because of Cloud and Joker. I think that makes people go like, oh, they didn't appear on a... Yeah, but the franchises did. And I don't think people acknowledge that. Like, Persona was very present on Nintendo platforms. Final Fantasy has been very present on Nintendo platforms. Those... They make sense. Sure, they picked a mainstay character that hadn't necessarily appeared himself, but the franchise was present. That makes franchises like Halo and Tomb Raider, it's not going to happen because they just don't have a presence on the console. And again, I think people just discredit that because Cloud and Joker. I'll be fully on board once they put Waluigi in, like, an actual video game that isn't, like, a fucking spin-off game. Like, if they make another WarioWare and actually put Waluigi in WarioWare, then I'd be like, okay, now it's time. Now it's time. But until then... Nah. Especially because in like, every spin-off, his, like, theming changes a little bit. So he's not even consistent. It'd be a little different if he was consistent, maybe, but he's not. You can tell that they don't have a, There was a story way back when Wreck-It Ralph came out about how they had... I don't know if it was Miyamoto himself that they had, like, look at the footage of Bowser and approve it, or if it was just a guy at Nintendo. I think it was Miyamoto, though. And, when they did that, when they showed him the footage, he was like, this is great, but, like, you have Bowser, like, holding the teacup, like, in his palm, and really how he would hold it is with, like, his claws on the ridge. They know specific shit like that about the characters. That's how, like, in-depth they planned these characters out. They know how they would act in these certain situations. You can tell they don't have that for Waluigi. They don't care. They don't care enough where Waluigi is, like, a consistent character with, like, in-depth character building behind him. You can tell that's just not something they care about.
How are you doing?
When a spin-off comes up, they're not like, you can't have Waluigi do that. That's not something he would do. They don't care, dude. And I think that might be the biggest reason why it's like, yeah, he's probably not going to be in a game like Smash Brothers, because there's no consistency to his character. I feel like each iteration of a party game just kind of makes up something new, and they're like, what if he does this?
My hammer's ready.
I don't know if I love that, but we need some armor.
No problem. Right, let's get cracking. The village is in your hands.
This doesn't look too ridiculous as a mixed set yet, so we're not going to change it. It'll be fine.
Hey, you're back! Yeah, I love that one too.
Like, Shadow. Let's take Shadow. Does Shadow have what it takes to be a good Smash character? Absolutely. Does that mean he should be in the game? No. No. I think that's a really good example, actually. Yeah, I don't see Doom Guy fitting. I don't think that would really work. They still kind of thread the needle on guns very carefully. Now, I think a lot of the guns in Doom are more like... Aren't they more like laser guns and shit? So I think they could get around that, but... Yeah, I don't see it fitting. I don't see it clicking that well. Not as well as, like, and I think that comes down to, would this character make a good Smash character? Like, you can look at characters like Earthworm Jim, Beautiful Joe, and be like, they have what it takes to be a Smash character. Like, the moveset basically makes itself. I think that's what's so easy about sword characters, is it's very easy to just be like, well, they have a weapon, so that makes them really easy to make. You don't have to be quite so imaginative about, like, where the moveset comes from. But it's easy to look at, like... It's easy to come up with a Smash moveset, to be honest. Is it easy to come up with a good one? No. But it is easy to make a Smash moveset. To just be like... Here's how the character could work. That doesn't mean they should be in the game. That's the thing. And I think people just don't know the difference between that.
That's our target.
To a point, I think, and we've kind of had this conversation before, I think, but it's been a while. I think people care more about the crossover than the actual characters involved at this point. Like, third parties got out of hand for that reason. And I think people just want to see the biggest collection of characters in one place that they possibly could. It's not necessarily about are these good characters that fit the game. It's just they want to see as much different shit as possible. I'm excited for Smash to be over for a bit, to be honest. I'm kind of hoping that we get both of the last two DLC characters at E3, because then we can just, like, stop talking about it for a while. We can, like, if anyone says, like, well, Luigi should be in Smash, we can just say, shut the fuck up! They're not making any more DLC. Just fucking get over it. Talk about a different game. Wait for the next game to come along. Don't, like, beat it into the ground. Like, that's the downside, is as soon as we see the last two DLC characters, people are already gonna be saying, when's the next Smash? When are you gonna make the next Smash? I think sometimes people enjoy the hype more than the actual game release. There was a game that recently came out that I was thinking this about, and I forget what it was, but there was a game that like recently came out where I was like, people could not shut the fuck up about this game. Like, they were so hype about it, but then since it came out, you don't hear anything. And I think that's like, people are looking more, people enjoy the hype leading up to the release more than the actual game. We kind of talked about this with Metroid Prime 4, where it's like, people are really excited for it, but I bet the game is still not going to sell very well. Now, I'd love to be proven wrong on that, but I think a lot of the people that are excited for it aren't actually excited about getting it. They're just excited for it because they want to be excited. Which isn't necessarily bad, but it does make it look like there's a lot more people excited in the franchise than there actually are. Like, if you took one look at Twitter within the last, like, year, you would think Metroid is a very popular franchise. It's not really, though. It just looks like it, because, you know, Anniversary, Prime 4 has been in development for longer than most people are comfortable with. And to a point, I get it, because like I said, Nintendo very much, like, they're content to just milk the shit out of Mario and Zelda, for the most part. And that sucks. They have so many cool franchises that they just don't do enough with, because they're like, we might as well just milk Mario and Zelda and Animal Crossing and make a ton of money. And it's like, I get that from a business perspective, but from a fan perspective, it sucks, because I want to see Donkey Kong games. I want to see Wario games. I want to see Yoshi games. I want to see Metroid games. I want to see Star Fox games. Like, I want to see all of it. That's one of the appeals about Smash Brothers to me, is like, most of those franchises, especially as far as like the Nintendo ones go, like, I've used Smash as an excuse to learn more about them. That was like part of the appeal of, I forgot to do the thing with Coco, god damn it. I'm too like engaged in the conversation. When I'm sure I've told this before, but I'm gonna tell it again because I like stories like this. Actually, I'm gonna drink first because my throat's super dry. Another thing I've been thinking about, and completely unrelated tangent, because I was watching a guy on Twitch last night, and when he needs a drink, he just gets up and he goes and gets a drink. He doesn't put a break screen up or anything. He's just like, I'm just gonna go get a drink. He puts a break screen up for when he has to take like a bathroom break. But if he's just getting a drink, he just goes and gets a drink. And I've been thinking about doing that. Because the fridge is like less than 10 feet away. I've done it before where I'm like, oh, we just got back from a break, or it's not time for a break yet, but I need a drink. So I'm just gonna grab it quick. I might start doing that more often. But anyway, when I got introduced to Smash Brothers, I did not know who most of those characters were. I think it was in Smash 64. I knew who Mario and Luigi were. I knew who Donkey Kong was. I knew who Kirby was. I knew who Yoshi was. And I probably knew who Pikachu was. I think I did know who Fox was because I did play Star Fox 64, like, pretty early on. And I think I probably knew about Ocarina of Time as well, so I knew who Link was. I didn't know who Samus was. I didn't know who Captain Falcon was. I didn't know who Ness was. I had no idea. And then when Melee came out, did I know who Ice Climbers were? No. Did I know who Marth was? No. I barely knew what Game & Watch was. My overall point here is, part of the appeal of Smash to me is that's how I got introduced to a lot of these franchises in the first place. And typically, when a game franchise gets put into Smash, I'm immediately like, I want to know more about that franchise. Because I want to see all the little, like, Easter eggs they have in there that, like, oh, they gave them this move, which is a reference to this thing. I love, like, digging and seeing stuff like that. I think that's part of the appeal of seeing a character, like, Smashified, if you will. But as a result, you then start to really like all of these franchises.
Here it
I don't know how to do that yet. I did that, though. By accident. Ooh. Okay. I need to play with some of this a little bit more.
Oh, but I was having so much fun.
And then you, like, vault if you do that. I like automatically jump forward.
Hope you're ready.
There we go. God, good luck doing that in the middle of a fight with all sorts of effects going off. We will try our damnedest, though.
Start begging for mercy.
But I realized that's what I want out of E3. I want to see literally anything that isn't expected. I don't want to see Breath of the Wild 2. I don't want to see Splatoon 3. I don't want to see Metroid... I kind of want to see Metroid Prime 4. Because I'm actually, like, very interested in that. I don't really want to see Bayonetta 3 that much. I want to see surprises, dude. I want to see stuff that, like, we just did not see coming. I want to see, like, a new Wario Land, a new Punch-Out, a new fucking F-Zero. Like, I just want to see shit. I want to be surprised. I don't want to see a new Mario game. If we could go the entire event without seeing a game with Mario in the title, I'd probably be pretty hyped. Like, yo, cool. Sorry, Bone Badger. It's fun. No.
Aw, what's the matter?
Coco. Like, goddamn, dude. Fucking work with me. You can't make this shit up.
Gotta stay sharp.
I was gonna say, where is this motherfucker? They don't have a ZR attack, I'm noticing. Oh yeah, what's ZR and X? Okay, that's interesting. Also, look on the bright side, guy. At least now you have the place to yourself for a while, right? You can just relax. So, like, silver lining. No. Ooh. This knockout, too. I'm realizing, I think we've talked about this before, when I first noticed it. I think that, knocking a monster out might low-key be even more satisfying than cutting their tail off. Like, getting a knockout is, like, super fucking satisfying. So whenever I find out that a weapon has knockout potential, I'm like... It was kind of what made Lance for me, when I was like, yo, this is super fun. Okay, we gotta switch skill. Got the other Petalases. We have to change Coco. We have to do some busy work stuff here. And maybe get some new armor.
You won't be needing this.
No! Oh, you still get it. I don't think I ever noticed... I don't think I've noticed that in this game yet. So if a monster's fading away, while you're carving it, you still get the carve. In previous games, if they start to fade when you're carving, you just don't get anything. Which sucks. Looks like they finally changed that in this one. In general, things stay spawned longer, so that's why I haven't really been able to notice it until now. So, by the way, since we're talking about E3 and Nintendo's E3 in particular, I've been thinking more about like what I want to do for the E3 stream. And I've mentioned before, I have a feeling a lot of you will not be awake for it anyway. So I imagine it doesn't particularly matter to you, but I'm still gonna like throw some ideas out there. I'm currently thinking. A problem I was having is I want to be able to upload the event on its own. So I kept thinking, I'm just going to start the stream right before the event starts. We'll watch it, and then I'll cut stream immediately afterwards, and then the video will be there. But then I started thinking about, I'd like to do some stuff before the stream. As in, like, build up hype a little bit, maybe. And I think I have just the game for that, too. And I'd like to hang out afterwards and watch Treehouse and stuff. So I think what I'm gonna do, and you can do this in OBS, so I don't know why it took me this long to think of it. I'm gonna stream it. You can stream and record at the same time, basically. If I wanted to... For example, in every Crash Course, get to Magnamalo and then say I'm going to record the Magnamalo fight to upload as a separate video. I could do that without cutting stream. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to start early. We'll just kind of chill for like maybe an hour early. And then I'll hit record, we'll watch the event. I'll stop the recording, start that uploading, and then I'll basically just hang out and we'll watch Treehouse until I'm too tired to keep going. I think that's what we're gonna try to do. But I am still thinking, so we'll see. Draw attack where you perform a downward slash while stepping forward, a quick and effective action that negates staggering and knockback. Draw a weapon while on the ground with X and A. I don't think I've been doing that anyway. Sliding attack slashes the target twice. Slide maneuver reaches far but lacks the ability to turn. Successfully landing the first hit or inputting the necessary command while sliding allows for a follow-up attack. I should get used to the other one first. Because I haven't been using that at all.
Bunny Dongo are a taste of heaven. How are you today?
Ludroth is always a pretty good one to start with.
Don't forget to eat.
Tuesdays are really busy? Why Tuesdays? In particular.
What do you want?
That might be worth getting. We'll just keep this for now. We'll start getting some ore
Some hunters literally take hours.
to maybe try and push that further. We should try to do we probably will do Roggy, because that might be a Roggy sword.
My hammer's ready.
And that might not be a bad option.
Gotcha.
Man, I always wind up wearing the Acnosom
Nice. Let's get cracking.
bottom combo.
Now get hunting.
Oh, so it's not because of it's not that like it's not that business is just booming on that day. Fuck am I doing? There we go. I'm gonna keep that on for now. Great, now my nose is getting all itchy. Hey Volpe, how's it going? Oh, so like for some reason Monday just isn't the busy day, Tuesday is, as far as business goes? That's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Okay, so we need ore. We need ore. Yeah, I did some brief reading, Volpe. For the most part, like, the first thing I did was check Nintendo's YouTube channel to see which announcements they put up, and they didn't put any up today, so I was like, okay, I can basically write that off then as I don't care.
A shallow forest stream.
Let's go.
No, yesterday they did, so, and I guess we haven't streamed since E3 started, so I guess there's that stuff worth talking about too. I actually don't know what was in Ubisoft's conference other than Mario and Rabbids sequel. Like, I don't know what else they even talked about. I read Eno's recap of the Xbox conference, which I think most of what I cared about there was, like, some of the Game Pass announcements they made, and that was about it. And I read, I think it was Kotaku's recap of the Square Enix conference. And there wasn't really anything that made me go, ooh. Like, the 1 through 6 remasters are promising, I think. Except for the fact that they just didn't tell us anything, so it's not that promising. But I'm hopeful. A little hopeful, at least. Yeah, it's weird that they didn't announce those for console. I don't know if that was them. I don't know if they explicitly said it's not coming to console, or if it was just we haven't announced which platforms it's coming to yet. I'm not sure. I'm under the impression that announcement was we started working on it last month and we just don't have that much to show yet. Because it was very much a nothing of an announcement. Oh, I did hear that the Ubisoft event was, like, over half censored on Twitch because of DMCAs. I'm like, oh my... Like, Twitch needs to get that shit under control. Somehow. I don't know how, but they gotta get it under control. Whatever they didn't do and whatever YouTube did do seemed to work because, like, we don't have to deal with that shit at all. So, that's a thing. I mean, there's still the occasional mishap where something bad happens. I'm not saying it doesn't, but for them compared to what Twitch is dealing with, they gotta get that shit figured out. I'm shocked that people aren't like jumping ship. Credit where credit's due, I guess, because if that was YouTube, people would be like. So many people would be like, I'm quitting YouTube and I'm going to Twitch. Like, any little thing happens on YouTube and people are immediately like, I'm leaving for Twitch. This is happening on Twitch, and this is a major problem. Like, it's a big problem, and people are just kind of like, we'll get it figured. We'll just suffer and figure it out, I guess.
Sweet.
Twitch users seem to be very loyal, which is, like, kind of impressive, judging by the fact that I think the average YouTube user is not very loyal. But anyway. Maybe it was only the VOD that was censored for Ubisoft. Maybe it wasn't the live stream. I do think VODs are what the music industry cares about. I don't think they necessarily care about when it's being streamed. But when it's a VOD and you can watch it back on demand, that's when they're kind of like, we don't like this.
Get to follow it.
Be careful.
Need a cure.
Though ultimately, like, I don't keep up with it super closely for obvious reasons, and that's that it doesn't affect me. Yeah, they announced Steam and mobile, but did they explicitly say no console, or was it just that they didn't announce anything yet? Yeah, Square Enix and I think Microsoft both had DMCA-friendly streams, because they knew that, that's the other... Well, no, because Ubisoft I don't think had a separation. But if you were watching it casually, I imagine you'd watch the one with all the music, whereas... Yeah, DMCAs are such a problem that... I wonder if Twitch themselves reached out to people and said... Actually, it's probably E3. E3 themselves probably reached out to the developers and said, you have to address this, because we want to stream all of this, and we want people to be, like, able to watch it live while streaming it. Yeah, it's a problem. Now, to be fair, it's an interesting thing, honestly. Because, for the most part, if I were a Twitch streamer, the DMCA thing wouldn't affect me. Because I don't play licensed music. So it's just not a problem. To a point, I wouldn't say that the people playing licensed music are doing something wrong or bad, but if you just don't play the music, then it's not a problem, right? So the only people that are having problems with it are the people that are choosing to play the music when they know that they probably shouldn't be. But the real problem is stuff like E3 events, or an even bigger problem. Let's take Final Fantasy 15, for example. Final Fantasy 15 used licensed music in both the intro sequence and in the credits. If I was a Twitch streamer, I would have gotten a DMCA strike for that. And I would have had no warning that it was going to happen. It was just going to happen. That's the big problem, is that sometimes games use licensed music, and people are getting banged for that, too. That's an issue. I think people who want to listen to fucking Led Zeppelin while playing Fortnite, obviously you shouldn't be doing that. Like, there's like some obvious issues with that. So just don't do it, maybe, and you'll probably be fine. But there is the occasional game that's like, we're gonna use some, like, some new and trendy music to really give our game an extra bit of polish, and then that causes problems for streamers. Games like Rock Band and Just Dance are just unplayable on Twitch now. You just can't play them anymore. And, like, that's a problem, I think. I don't really get that attack.
I'm going after it. You won't be needing this.
This wasn't an Ubisoft thing, though. This was Twitch silencing the stream because of DMCA. Like, that wasn't an Ubisoft problem. That was the Ubisoft stream that was getting silenced. Like, that's a different issue entirely. typically streaming reactions to Ubisoft presentations is like, you don't want to do that though. It's gonna cause problems because they use a bunch of licensed music. Because they try their damnedest to look like really hip. Well, I get it. I think. It wasn't. Jerk. Uh-oh. Oh, I hit that way too early. So much you were up to. So was that? It's said to, like, sheath with X and A, but that's doing the same thing as unsheathing with X. Here, real quick, gotta sharpen. This weapon burns through sharpness. Find it funny? It's funny and it's not funny. Like, it sucks that streamers are having to deal with it, but it's also funny because Twitch just refused to do anything about it. They were just kind of like, we're just going to ignore it until shit hits the fan, and shit is hitting the fan, and now they have to deal with it. So that's funny because they were being very irresponsible about that. YouTube addressed it in advance, which is why we don't have to deal with it. And people complain about copyright claims, but I feel like you got to admit that it's better than what's going on Twitch right now. Outright having your streams taken down, and like outright getting in trouble over it. Like, I'll gladly take YouTube's answer. Oh no. Can't see it. Yeah, you can only backstep off of, like, certain attacks, it seems? It's kind of weird.
Thanks, buddy.
That must have super armor on it. They definitely did add a lot of depth to this weapon over the years. Like, I seem to recall in Monster Hunter 3, it was, like, extremely shallow. Like, dual blades had more depth than this did in Monster Hunter 3, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it would be like, I think that is the interest of the Pixel remasters, is like not only 3 but also 5. Just because those are like not necessarily. Has 5 ever been localized? I think it was like once, and it was on like PlayStation 1 or something. So, like, those two games in English are, like, not exactly easy to come by. And 3 is if you get the remake. But that was only on 2 platforms. And I recently found out that apparently the PC version is trash. As is most of Square Enix's shitty mobile ports to PC. So I think that's the appeal for sure. I'd take an excuse to replay all of them except for 4, to be honest. Like, if that came to Switch and we streamed it, I'd play 1, 2, and 3 again. I don't think I'd play 4 again. I don't think I have any interest. And then I'd play 5, and I'd play 6 again. I'd use that as an excuse to do it. The good thing is that those NES ones are, like, not quite so long. So they're not going to take, like, Bravely Default hours or something like that. Oh, okay. Oh, it was too early again. Would have also been nice to hit something other than his tail, but that's okay. Oh god.
Amazing! Amazing!
Amazing. 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 I think I hit that too early again. And then I missed the last shot, so that's unfortunate. We're getting there. We're getting there. How does this have more depth than Dual Blades? It's kind of stupid. Like, and it's kind of mixed, too, because, like, I honestly want more brainless weapons that I don't have to think, and Dual Blades is really good for that, because I can just fucking go in there and go nuts. Which is nice when I just don't want to think, but I want to play the game. I don't think this is it. I feel like this weapon actually requires quite a bit of thought, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Oh, was there one on GBA? I don't think I knew that. Yeah, 1 and 2 have seen, like, a billion different versions. Those are re-released all the goddamn time. I think I played the Game Boy Advance versions when I played them. But yeah, like, I'm hopeful on that. Just the fact that they didn't tell us jack shit has me concerned. I'd like to think that there's no way they're gonna do it as bad as the previous mobile versions, right? Like, they have to know that they have to do better than that. Yeah, I don't think I knew that there was a GBA version. Oh my god.
Good to see you, Hunter.
Royal Lutroth tree. That's not a bad weapon. Actually, I think I might actually be able to get that. Has more attack. Sharpness is about the same. It has more yellow. Water damage instead of the affinity. I think that might actually be worth it.
Right, let's get cracking.
It's not like a major upgrade, but it's like a slight upgrade. For now. We might find an even better one, but...
Take good care of your gear. Gotcha.
Well, that's quite the headpiece. Is there another armor set there?
My hammer's ready.
Oh, the alloy set. That's fine.
See you later.
It's probably just the job system, honestly. Like, I'm kind of finding that I feel like the job system is actually kind of underrated. And I think that's because most of the most popular Final Fantasies don't have job systems. But I feel like most games that have job systems are, like, really good. I think it's just the customizability and being able to make it your own playthrough just helps add a lot. I think that's why I started liking Final Fantasy XIV as much as I was, is because of the job system. Although I'm starting to lose interest now because of the fact that it's getting really grindy. And it's mostly getting grindy because I don't feel like doing quests, because I don't give a fuck. Like, it has that same MMO problem where, like, it likes to talk at you, but I just don't care about what the plot is. Like, I don't care even a little bit. So therefore the game is getting super grindy because I'm trying to level without using quests, which is now reaching a point where it's getting very slow.
Cursed
Yeah, like I watch a guy on Twitch that does Final Fantasy 1 randomizers, and they're super interesting to watch because he uses like a roulette wheel to like, because this is the one thing that's not random, is it doesn't randomize what your classes are. He uses a roulette wheel to decide which ones that they're gonna use. Which he like makes it into like a little bit of a game show, and it's like super interesting to watch, and you never quite know what sort of team he's gonna get. I think the only downside to the... Because, yeah, that is the appeal, is, like, it's replayability, too, right? You could do another playthrough and have it be use completely different jobs, especially in the later ones that have a lot of job classes. Like, Final Fantasy 1 maybe doesn't work as well, because there's not that many options, but... The problem is if the game is too long, then you... Like, Bravely Default. I could, in theory, be like, oh, if we do another Bravely Default playthrough, then we could use different job classes. But, like, who the fuck has that kind of time? We're in, like, hour 90, dude. Like, we're not gonna have time to replay that game ever, I don't think. No, like I said, it's on Twitch. You are probably not familiar with him. It's kind of funny. I don't know what I don't follow his channel, so I don't know what his status is in regards to Twitch and all that. But it's so this isn't meant to be aimed at him in particular because I have no idea what his story is. But it's funny that like if I follow a YouTube streamer and they leave for Twitch, even though I watch Twitch more now, I won't watch them on Twitch. Like, it's kind of weird. Hey, Blue. Better. My allergy. Oh god. Never mind, I'm dying. Everything's horrible. My allergies were really bad when I got up, but, like, they're improving. They're getting a lot better, so... I want the knockout, baby. Come here. How is your summer so far? My summer sucks. I hate summer. It needs to go away. I pressed X like 4 times and she just didn't draw her weapon. I kid you not. Dude, that wasn't even a knockout. How do you, like, get the shield attacks to come out? Oh, that's right, isn't it forward in A? That's right. Get your ass back here. It's a small Roggy, by the way. He teeny tiny. Coco! What do you... Oh, you're healing. Okay. You are forgiven. Just this once. But yeah, I think, like, Bravely Default kind of reminded me, like, oh yeah, job systems kick ass.
Yoink.
There it is, baby.
Don't take this personal.
Are you shitting me? All because that other little shit got in my way. Are you fucking kidding?
Need to cure.
I'm not amused. I'm not amused. You agree summer can go away. Yeah, you mostly just want to go back to school, right? You're headed to high school next year, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Dude. So I will say, like, being able to use items without having to sheath my weapon first is something that's not very useful because I'm so... My muscle memory is just so put your weapon away first that it, like, doesn't really matter. Because I never remember it's a thing I can do before my muscle memory takes over. Boink. It's mostly just my allergies. These last couple weeks, my allergies have been really bad. Now, oddly enough, it seems to be when it cools off. Like, when the heat breaks and it drops down to, like, the 70s, that's when my allergies go fucking nuts. So it's not actually, like, the summer heat that's doing it, it's just the changes in the weather.
You won't be needing this.
Yeah, this is the worst summer I've had in a while, as far as allergies go. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, like, it's mostly bad because, like I'm not in pain or anything. Like, as far as that goes, like, having, like, the itchy eyes and the migraines is way worse. But this is all, it's all phlegm. So, it's just, sometimes I just start fucking gagging on nothing, and if I do that in the middle of a stream, it's awful. Especially because it sometimes takes, like, 30 minutes to clear out. Like, it sometimes will just not, it won't stop. I haven't found, like, an elegant way of clearing it out in a short amount of time just yet. So at least I'm not in pain, I guess. But it's still it's more annoying than anything. Like I said earlier, there's a part of me that, like, once E3 passes, I kind of want to just, like, we're not streaming anymore until fucking summer leaves, because this sucks. I just kind of want to lay in bed and do nothing a lot lately.
How about this weather, Make sure to check the special quest as well.
No urgent. No urgent. Tetronodon.
Be careful out there.
I thought about that because I've heard people say that before. Of gargling salt water.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I did think about it. I knew someone who always swore by that, and they were like, oh yeah, that'll fix it. And I was like, I don't think I believe you. Because that sounds like it would hurt. And they were like, oh yeah, it hurts like hell. And I'm like, well then why would... And then it better work.
What's up?
Ooh, this is the Rocky tree. I don't hate it. Oh, I didn't get enough stuff, though. That's unfortunate. If I see... Well, I think... Oh, those are normal Roggies? I might be able to make that happen. We don't even have to kill a big one. I might be able to make that happen.
What is it?
So we do not want to make any of the armor. On the off chance that we might be able to make the weapon. Alright, this will probably be our last one before we take a break. We should probably take a break now, but I don't want to. I'm in there. Is the cat in here? I don't think she is. Trying to stay aware of that to see if, like, do I need to let her leave to get something to eat while I'm taking a break, and etc. Stuff like that. I don't think we need this, but we're gonna take it anyway. It didn't hurt, it just tasted kind of good. Yeah, salt water's nasty. For sure. What do? Just glass of water and pour like a spoonful of salt in and mix it up? Maybe I'll try it. Because at this point, I think it's been like 2 weeks. Like and it's not every day, fortunately. I think I've only had the flare-up where I'm just like gagging like 4 or 5 times over 2 weeks. But it still like keeps coming back and it's really annoying. Hopefully it isn't a problem during E3 or anything. It's like... So there's some pretty good knockout potential too. And as I said, I like the knockout potential, so that might be like now it's acting up, but at least it's just the occasional clearing my throat. Like that's not as bad as outright gagging. Fucking knocked him out again.
It moved somewhere else.
actually got enough honey to turn all of these. Alright, just use one. Alright, cool it. Fuck. Ow. Nice. I'm not quite sure what happened, but nice. Oh no. Hey Alexander, how's it going? Are you pinning Milkshake, you motherfucker? Who do you think you are? Man, you do not really want to go for that, just like at random. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. There's something oh so satisfying about just like fucking clubbing the monster in the face with a shield. Again, that was something I really liked about Lance. Once I unlocked that functionality. I can't decide if that attack is cool or not. How? Okay, come here. He's doing his thing. I need the mobility.
This should do.
Oh no. Okay, that worked. Never mind. No, oh no. Yeah, you do not want to just throw that out. It's a very large commitment. I did not mean to do that. Shit. Fucked that up super hard. It's like getting into the attack is like the hardest part for me.
You almost got it.
Tired already?
Coco, are you healing again? Yeah, you're healing again. I can't be that mad.
Gotta stay sharp.
This one's better than World, for sure. The only way it's worse is, like, visually. It's not as, like, stunning, I guess, but I don't think... To a point, Monster Hunter has roots in, like, being a mobile... Not a mobile franchise, a handheld franchise. Like, the first 4 of them were all Well, no, I think the first game is actually a PS2 game. But for the most part, they have been handheld games, so I don't think the average Monster Hunter player cares about graphics that much. Like, World does look really good. I mean, it's kind of gray, but I'd say it overall looks pretty good. I don't really know how... That'll do, I guess. Also that. But yeah, I think this is better than... And I liked World, don't get me wrong. Like, a lot of people outright didn't like World.
Amazing.
I enjoyed it, but this is better. Flubbed that because I didn't think I was lined up well. Now, granted, it's a $60 game, so I would... The Capcom games go on sale a lot, too, so if you want to wait for it to be cheaper, in, like... Before the game is a year old, I bet you'll be able to get it on sale for at least $40, if not less. Generations went on sale for $20, like, all the goddamn time. I don't know how often World went on sale. Unless you're cool with dropping $60, then, you know, go for it. I think it's worth it. It's just, I wouldn't hold it against people, especially if they're new to Monster Hunter and they're like, I don't know if I want to drop 60 on it. It's like, that's understandable. I'd say continue playing World, and if you go from World to this, like, everything you learn in World is gonna still be relevant. So I would say if you have access to World, just keep playing that. And then identify what it is that you maybe don't like about it, and then I can tell you if that gets better or not. Right away, a thing a lot of people don't like about World is the tracks. Like how you have to pick up the tracks to, like, track the monster. That's completely gone. So if you're like, I don't really like that part, then no worries. The maps also aren't nearly as confusing. I think a lot of World maps had problems where it was like, they were just frustrating to navigate. The controls are tricky. Like, it's a bit of a cumbersome game for sure. Like, it's not like a Devil May Cry or a Bayonetta with, like, super smooth action controls. Everything's very deliberate. You have to commit to attacks. Like, you can't just throw attacks out at random.
What is it? Are you foraging or upgrading?
That just takes some adjustment. That's not bad either. Worse sharpness, though, so I don't think I'm into it. But I don't hate it. But there are a lot of, like, control customizations, too, so... If it's something, like, not too... If it's something simple, like, I wish sprint was on ZR instead of R, you can change that, for example. You can't, like, fully customize the controls, but there's, like, a fair deal of stuff you can customize.
Don't forget to eat.
I didn't look at armor, I guess.
Sun's over.
What do you want?
We don't have chest armor yet, so we should do that. And get these as well. Wow, what a fucking hodgepodge of armor. As per usual, really. I don't know why I'm surprised. Also, maybe worth pointing out that, like, if you're thinking of watching me do the crash courses to try and teach you more about the game, I have there's some strategic elements to how I do these runs that are, like, kind of bad habits in general, and I would not recommend learning from them. If that makes sense. Like, the hodgepodge armor I'm doing. I'm basically ignoring armor skills entirely and just going straight defense for these, since it's like an alternate... It's a different save file, so... These are tailored so that I can focus specifically on learning how the weapon plays. And not have to worry about a bunch of other junk. Alright. I'm gonna take a short break. I think this is a little ahead of schedule. I think last week we were already, like, done with the rampage when we took a break. I might be wrong, though. I do tend to take a break right before the rampage, like every time. This is going pretty smoothly so far, though. I'd say, so far Sword and Shield is, like... I'm liking it, but I'm not, like... to the moon with it, or anything like that. I'm not like, oh, baby, new main! But it's like, I get it. I see the appeal. And especially bashing the monster in the face with a shield is, like, something I'm like, yeah, this is it. I like it. Like I said, that was something I really liked about Lance. But it's a little bit more versatile here, perhaps, because Lance is, like, such a big commitment, because you have to, it's only that one charging attack. Feels like you're here. It's very strong. It does a lot of stun damage, though. So yeah, anyway, real quick break. We shouldn't be too long. I just want to grab a drink and such. So I'll be back in just a minute, and then we'll continue. We have one more key, which is going to be Kulu Yaku. Then we'll have the Rampage, and then we'll have Beach Town, and then we'll be in 4-star. So we're about, like, halfway through the run already, so... Stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we will continue. Let's go. I did look at the monthly hour count, since we're about halfway through the month-ish. Volpe is killing it. He's ahead by like 5 hours. But as I said, the month's only about halfway over, so things could change.
A moment of peace, soon to be disturbed.
Ready for anything.
Okay, what are we doing? Kuluyaku, that's right. He's probably the one underground, if I had to guess.
Sweet.
Sad thing is like, it's like actually super chill out. I think it's in like the 60s tonight. I should be more thankful about that, but you know, allergies. That makes me pretty non-thankful. I think it's the fact that it's between the weather changing, like the temperature, like bouncing back and forth the way it has. It's part that, and part the fact that it's been like very rainy and overcast here lately. It's like it's a little bit of both. It's for an unpleasant situation. Yeah, that's Baroth. Hey, Twain. Yeah, that might have been real uncomfortable lately. Wanna do one of these?
There you are.
Wanna do one of these? Suck you. Blech. That's your problem now.
Best pal.
Now Twain is here. Let's have our round 3 of E3 discussions. What did you think of the Square Enix conference? And their total lack of Final Fantasy VII Remake or Final Fantasy XVI. But there was also a lack of Kingdom Hearts, and I feel like that's just always a good thing. I can't really complain about that. Yeah, knockout, baby. Come on. Where do you think you're going? How did that hit me? Excuse me? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you and your rock. Knock out, baby.
Say goodbye.
I feel like there has to be something else to do when you're in the air, then. That feels very anticlimactic. You get this super launch and you're like, yeah, here comes the planet cracker, and then just nothing happens. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm just really low on energy lately, and I assume it's because of allergies. Oh, sports ball. What kind of sports ball? That was terrible. Yeah, it's just you have the puny stab, or you have like the bigger stab, and that's about it. Okay, fuck you. Get your ass back here.
I'm going after it.
Oh, that's the one with the holes in one, right? And the drop shots? I don't know why I did that. I know that sport. I am familiar with that sport. It wasn't much of... I don't think there was much to keep up with. They showed... I don't know if this was the first look at Final Fantasy Origin, which is like the Team Ninja Dark Souls-esque Final Fantasy 1 reboot. I don't know if it was the first look at it. That was probably the most noteworthy thing. I fucked up. There we go. I missed. Are you shitting me? Yo, fuck this thing's face. Did I just knock it out again? Yo, baby. No, hit him with the thing. There you go. Are you fucking kidding me? It's because he's a small monster. Don't even start with me. How about one of these? Yeah, fuck your rock. Or jar, or whatever that was. Oh, that was almost good. Need a... Yeah, I need one of these. Need one of those. Which maybe the coolest thing is that they got... I don't know the guy... I keep forgetting the actor's name. But I think he voiced Piccolo. They got him back to voice Garland again, which is super fucking cool. It's like they were just like, nah, no recast. Perfection. As they should. As they should. I was gonna say Sabat, but I was like, I don't think that's it. But no, I guess that is it. He did Garland in the Dissidias, and it was like, just flawless. It was beautiful casting. And then, of course, Keith David as Chaos, so I hope they're getting him back too. That would also be super cool. But I hate the character designs. The main characters look so bad. Oh, I'm just not into it at all. I don't like Nomura's thing since Final Fantasy 15, where he's just like, what if it's just a cast that's nothing but dude bros? Like, I'm not into it. This is his midlife crisis. That sounds about right. I saw a lot of people on Twitter saying this is what you get for criticizing him and all of his belts and zippers over all these years. Now look at what he's giving us. And it's like, yeah. That sounds accurate. Are we urgent? Urgent. Auto-scroller!
Good luck.
You love to see it. Can we maybe get a sweet weapon upgrade before we do that? Maybe? Probably. But there's not a cool weapon.
My hammer's ready.
Armor? No armor? Okie dokie.
Come to me if you need.
Do we even need to eat? I don't think we need to eat. Let's just go. Yeah, I think, one of my favorite, like, memeable moments from a movie that I don't think anyone memes, and I think they should because it's really funny, is the scene from Jumanji where, I can't remember the actor's name. The guy that plays the police officer? David Allen Greer. It's when the vines come out of the forest and, like, take the whole police car that's already had the shit kicked out of it for the entire movie, and it just grabs it and, like, folds it in half and just, like, drags it into the forest. And he's just staring in disbelief, and then he just screams, "Fine! Take it!" And it's so funny, and I'm like, that's Japanese game developers. That's Japanese game developers. Like, we bitch and moan, and then eventually they're just like, fine, take it. Fine. Fine. You want the fucking Koopalings? You want the fucking Koopalings back in a video game? Fine, here you go. Here, they're in everything now. Are you fucking happy? Are you fucking happy? They're in everything. You wanted the Koopalings. You asked for this. That's like, that's absolutely Japanese game developers.
Listen up.
They're so petty. Like, you can tell.
Let's move on. Put down some artillery.
Counting on you.
Perfect.
Stop the rampage together.
Listen up.
Good.
Let's move on. Put down some artillery.
Like, that's why I keep warning people about Waluigi and Smash. If you don't shut the fuck up, soon enough they're gonna put Waluigi in fucking everything, and then we're gonna pay for your crimes.
Great.
We're not gonna get Breath of the Wild 2, we're gonna get Breath of the Waluigi. We're not gonna get F-Zero, we're gonna get fucking Waluigi 0.
Come here.
It's just gonna be Waluigi all the time.
Let's do this.
And we'll have no one to blame but the memers that couldn't stop.
Give it a spin. Look at this.
Even Minecraft Steve in Smash was that. It was them saying,
Listen
fine.
up.
This is what you wanted.
Show me your moves.
This is what you wanted, right?
Listen up. You can do it.
I've seen it so many times over the years. I think the earliest instance I saw was the Sonic franchise. For so many years, we wouldn't shut up. We were like, dude, you guys should bring the Chaotix back. That would be super cool. Sega, you should bring the Chaotix back. And then eventually they brought them back in Sonic Heroes, and now they've been in every fucking game since. And they're a fucking meme. Because they're not good characters. They're annoying.
Hold on tight.
But we asked for it. That's what we wanted.
Great. Good job.
Espio's cool, I'll give him that.
They're coming.
Vector and Charmy are kind of just memes, though.
Give it a try.
Counting on you.
But we asked for it. And then the Koopalings were the next one, where they were just
You
like,
can do it.
maybe we'll,
Let me down.
like they should bring the Koopalings back, right? Like, how cool would that be? And then they put them in New Super Mario Brothers, and we were like, that's kind of cool. That seems like the right place to put them, right? Like, that makes sense. And then they were in the next New Super Mario Brothers, and it's like, oh, again? Okay, I guess that's cool. And then they put all of them in Mario Kart, and it was like, what have we done? What have we done? And yeah, that was just them loading up davidallengreer.gif and saying, fine, take it.
Another job well done.
Fine.
Great find. Stay on your toes. Excellent.
Another one that I think is really funny. And it's mostly because it's gross, and that's why it's funny. Is Fire Emblem Awakening had this issue where the game had an art style that was very like chibi, and the characters didn't have feet. They just kind of had, like, their legs were just kind of like pegs. And it worked fine. It looked totally fine in-game. But people could not shut the fuck up about why do the characters not have feet. Like, it was basically a meme. And people couldn't let it go. And then what did they do? They made Corrin, who is fully dressed, except they're in bare feet. You expect me to believe that wasn't the artist being petty about the fact that people wouldn't shut the fuck up about the feet? And then he was just like, fine, here you go. Here you go. This is what you wanted, right? You expect me to believe that wasn't them being petty? Like, it was. It was 100%.
Listen up.
Fine, I'll give you feet. Fucking weirdos. You want feet? Here you go. I'm gonna arbitrarily make the character design bad just to spite you. But this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. It's funny though, because like, they do it in ways that don't really affect game design. That's what makes it funny. It's like they won't make a game bad just to spite people. Like, it's not like they're gonna finally release Mother 3, but it has that really bad mobile art style that Final Fantasy 5 and 6 had when they released on mobile. Like, they're not gonna do something like that. They're not gonna make the game outright bad, but they'll find little things to fuck with us.
Let's go. Show me your move.
How do I not have any more cracks? Shit. There we go. Auto-scroller, baby. I feel like there are other examples, but I can't think of them off the top of my head, but... I saw another thing on Twitter. I was gonna link this one to you, Twinks. I thought you'd think it was funny, but I forgot to. Or rather, I saw it on my phone, and then I couldn't find it again when I got on browser. But it was basically someone saying, like, if you make fanfic or fan art about Final Fantasy and feel bad about yourself, you should never feel bad as long as Square Enix is still giving Nomura creative control. And I was like, dude, he right though. Like, why?
Good to see you. Sure thing.
Bring it on!
The main character of Origin is wearing a t-shirt, dude. His companion characters are like in full armor and he's just wearing like a button-down polo. Why, dude? What are you doing? That's not character design, dude. The only thing I can forgive is that, like, that's probably his, like, undershirt design, and then, like, as you're playing the game, you're gonna get armor and cover it up anyway, but it's like, it just looks so bad.
They're coming.
Everything about it looks bad. As far as the character design goes. The game itself looks cool. I was impressed. And it's an actual fucking gameplay trailer that actually shows you gameplay footage, which is awesome. But those character designs, though.
Assume defensive position.
Those character designs, though. Someone pointed out that he looks like Eminem, and now I can't unsee it.
Defend the gate.
Yay, auto-scrollers. Yay, speedruns. Uh-oh. Hey, Scarlet. Boing. I heard someone say he looks like Eminem.
Listen up.
The better one is I saw someone saying he looks like...
That's it.
I can't remember his name. It was one of the, Organization 13 members, and he really does. He looks like a hyper-realistic version of the one Organization 13 dude. The blonde one. Oh, so yeah, hey, Scarlet, I trust you saw... I remember you were the one that told us they were making Final Fantasy Origin. I trust you saw the trailer. I do think it looks cool. Don't get me wrong. I just think the character design is ass. Just hot ass. But the gameplay looks good. Christopher Sabat as Garland. Mwah. Beautiful.
Their leader's here. They're coming. Listen up. Defend the gate. Attention, please. You can place some artillery again.
We have to do something!
That's my ace. Excellent.
Nothing personal.
Good job.
What is it? Hey. See you later. How are you doing? Goodbye. What is it? My hammer's ready. Are you foraging or upgrading? See you later.
There you go. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why it does that. It only does that once, like, once a month, if that. Maybe once every 2 months.
How are you today?
It's a pain in the ass to fix, though. I wish it wouldn't do it. Realistically, I need to get a better USB hub. I think that might be part of it. I think the USB hub I have sucks.
Don't forget to eat.
Because sometimes, every now and then it happens with the camera. That's even less common, though. Like, that almost never happens. I think I was just talking about armor. I was trying to figure out if I wanted to get more Ragi armor, but it's not actually higher defense. I don't think I was saying anything of any importance, to be honest. Nomura, why are you throwing all that goodwill you garnered with the remix straight into a volcano? So,
On the road to perdition.
what don't you like about it? It's mostly just the main character designs I think look very bad. Like, not bad, but they don't look like they fit in the game at all, I guess. And yeah, it's hard to believe that that's like the same guy that gave us the very good character designs in the Final Fantasy VII Remake. And very good visuals in general. Like, Origin looks very, like, dark and bland by comparison. Like, I feel like 7 did a good job of looking, like, gritty and dark, but there was still a lot of color. It wasn't like a brown game. Not like 15 was. Yeah, that's like legit Garland, too. They didn't, like, change him. They were just like, let's just put fucking Garland in there. I think they changed his sword. That's, like, it. But even then, the sword he had in Dissidia was made up for Dissidia, I think. So it's not really that big of a deal. And yeah, same voice actor, so that's banging. Do you think Square Enix is capable of something like that? I kind of doubt it. Also, we were talking earlier about like how much I love job systems and how I think perhaps objectively that the Final Fantasies with job systems might be like the best ones, despite the fact that those aren't the popular ones. But if that's basically a Dark Souls with a job system, that would be kind of cool. I'm like pretty interested. That has some potential. Right? He looks so, like, generic. Now, I guess I'd be curious to know more about the game. Maybe there's character customization, so maybe it doesn't matter? Like, to be fair, maybe that's part of it? I have no idea. It would make sense, given it's a Final Fantasy 1 reboot. They should give us control over the Warriors of Light, right? Of, like, what they look like and everything. But then they had to give him a Prompto-looking ass sidekick, and I'm like, not into that. If I recall correctly, the other guy looked pretty cool, though. But then the other guy just has, like, bright pink hair and doesn't look like he belongs whatsoever. Oh, I thought it was supposed to be a... not a reboot, but a retelling. I thought that's what it was supposed to be. Otherwise, I think the other big thing was they announced pixel remasters of 1 through 6. They didn't tell us anything about them other than the fact that they're only confirmed coming to PC and mobile so far. But I think that's the thing that we're mostly hopeful about, that one, some of those games will like be a little bit easier to obtain and not be totally bad versions. I fucked that up. I should have mounted him.
Bye-bye.
Shit, really? Just to try and get the mount on him.
Get to follow it.
I don't think they seemed evil, but they did seem like just a bunch of assholes. Like, they don't look like likable characters. For sure. Which is interesting what you said about the bait and switch, because, like, just judging by Garland and Dissidia, like, he's, like, actually kind of a likable character. Just because he has charisma and shit. Even if he is evil. He's got, like, a bit of a Thanos thing going on, I guess. Take the knockout. Yeah, baby. That's good. I like it. I believe they call that the perfect rush. Unless there's another step to it that I'm unaware of. Which makes you think he's the most important one. That's possible. Yeah, it's like, why are you specifically not telling us anything about this one? The Mario and Rabbids sequel did that too, wherein, like, the official artwork, there's a new character that's, like, clearly important, and they're really avoiding telling us anything about that character. They're just like, nah, just pretend that that one's not there. It's not important. It's like, no, it's clearly important, dude. How naive do you think we are? We're the internet, damn it. Like, we have to look into everything. be a reason why they didn't give Garland the shape-shifting sword. If it was kind of like... Well, then if you play as him, you'd only be able to use that one sword, which would kind of suck. Did they give us a... was there a release date? Like, did they actually say, hey, this is when it's coming out? Or is it just... 2022? Maybe. Square Enix should just start making their trailers say it will be out before Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. Or it will be out after Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2.
I'm going after it.
That's the only window they give us. We're just gonna grab this. I'm intrigued, though. I'm interested. I would assume it's next-gen consoles and probably PC only. Yep, that was a mistake. Fuck you, Bullfango. Oh. You want another knockout? Oh, you want another knockout? Poor baby. I do have to warn you, Blue. If you, because I know how you are. If you're potentially concerned about feeling bad about beating up on these monsters, you're probably not gonna like this game. Like, if you have a chain like that and you just feel bad for just bullying this poor thing, you're probably not gonna like the game too much, because you gotta kind of be able to enjoy really putting them in their place.
This should do.
I said we're the Light Warriors as if they were the 10th group claiming to be Light Warriors that tried to fight Gar. That's a funny idea that, like, there's just... Every week there's like, oh yeah, here's the next group of Warriors of Light. Surely this one will be different than the last. Oh, he actually didn't knock me out of that. I am shocked. I was all ready to, like, not bother continuing the attack because I was pretty sure he was going to hit me out of it.
Take me off now.
Motherfucker. You know what you did. Dude. Children of Morta cured you from the phase you had. Now you don't freak out when murdering things unless it's a game where you bond with something and you have to end up fighting it. Yeah, like, these are just fucking monsters, right? So... you don't have that moment of this monkey fruit bat bird had a family. It's like, yeah, I'm coming for them next. Never played Portal. Dude, I should replay Portal at some point, both of them. I really enjoyed those games. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, a lot to do, I guess. Yeah, we're the... It's not that we're a hunter of monsters, it's that we are a monster that hunts. That is accurate. Now, pretty much none of these monsters are innocent. Because that's the thing, we're like mercenaries, right? We're just responding to people who are like, hey, this monster's causing a problem, can you take care of it? Unless it's an expedition, in which case we're just kind of going out into the wild and hunting whatever we can find. So that's... We're a bit of a monster on that regard, but... How are you not dead yet? Thank you. Jeez.
Nothing personal.
What's wrong with Portal? You haven't played Portal, have you? I don't want to spoil it. If you've never played it, because I'd highly recommend playing them. Both of those games were really good. Like, honestly, fuck Half-Life, it's all about Portal. And if you have played Portal and you don't know what she's talking about, then were you even paying attention? To the part where you murdered your best friend? Or did you never beat the game because you refused to murder your best friend? And then, if that's the case, then I completely understand where the confusion is. Oh, Blue's like, wait, what? Should we tell her? It's sad that there's a part of me that's like, well, I need to warn people about Portal spoilers. That game's been out for so long, but it's like, it's also good, and it's pretty short. So I'd still recommend that people play it, and I wouldn't want to spoil it for them. Even though it's like kind of like a meme game too, where like most people know what happens in that game, but still. I don't like spoiling things for people, dude. Like, it's... I want them to have the same experience I had when I played those games. When I murdered my best friend. Without thinking. You monster.
Bye. What? What do you need?
That looks fancy. I like it. I like it. I don't have enough stuff to make it. That's unfortunate.
Are you foraging or upgrading?
I'd like to get another weapon at some point, but it's just not playing out very well. It's just not presenting itself in a way where I'm like, that's it. That's the weapon. Yeah, it's not... It's kind of played for laughs, to be honest.
Haste makes waste.
Because they expect you to have, like, no hesitations about it, right? But it's basically like... I'm debating on if I just want to lay it out and just say, here's what happens. It's no big deal, but the game tries to guilt trip you over it. Like, it's nothing serious happens, but the game also is like, you're a monster. So, like, the joke is that, like, you just did something super heartless, except you actually didn't do anything that heartless. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But it's also, you monster. That's kind of the overall tone of the game in general. Did I already pick up a quest? What am I doing, dude? I think I got too distracted by I want a new weapon.
Sweet, a check. I've been waiting for you.
It's not even that much of an attachment, though, Scarlet.
I love that one too.
It's only an attachment because they tell you to be attached. Like, they treat it as if this thing is your best friend, when in reality it's just a tool you use to solve puzzles. Then they're just like, you have to destroy it to move on. You can't take this you can't take it with you, and then you chuck it into the incinerator, and they're like, you monster! You didn't even hesitate! He was your only friend!
Sure thing.
It was for you. I grew no attachment to that character. I'll be honest. Oh, I really should play those games. I think it's been long enough that they might be blind now. Like, I don't think I'd remember the puzzles. I think I could play it and I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I remember how to solve this puzzle. I think it would potentially be interesting. But, as you guys know, when the hell is there ever enough time for any of that? I really want a new weapon and the game's just not providing it. The first one's a game you can finish in like one sitting. Like it's almost it's one of those games where it's almost like it's a proof of concept, and then the sequel is like an actual game that is like quite long. Whereas the first one is like you could probably do it in like 3, 4, or 5 hours. It was just them being kind of like, here's an idea, and then like everyone loved it, so they were like, well, let's make an actual game now. And then as I think it's in like it's a Valve rule that you can't make a third installment of a game, so they just never made another one. And that's why the Left 4 Dead dudes left and just made their own game, because Valve was like, you can't make a 3. That's not how we do things here. Only 2s. Yeah, I think it was just something they built in, like, the Source engine. They were like, here's an idea. And then Valve was like, yo, we will give you money to make a game. What was the last game Valve's actually made? Like, actually made, and not they bought the company. I guess they did make that VR Half-Life. It's kind of funny how, like, they just don't need to make games. I think that's what people don't realize, is, like, they don't have to make Half-Life 3. They just don't need to.
That's all fun.
And if the writer doesn't know how to take it any further, then honestly they shouldn't do it just to make money. They don't need to do it just to make money. God, we wasted so much time just, like, sitting around in town. You haven't played Resident Evil 7? That's right, I think I kind of remember you mentioning that. I don't know if I'll ever commit to VR. I'm interested, but it's way too expensive, and there's not, like, a killer app. It's not like there's a game that's like, dude, I want to get VR just to play this game. As much as I criticize it, I'm still going to use it as an example. There's not, like, a VR Breath of the Wild or something. There's not a game that's like, this is the reason to own VR. And I think that's what it needs for me to be like, yeah, it's time. Knock out. Baby.
Don't take this personal.
By the way, Scarlett, do you approve of Lucille's appearance as a monster hunter and the fact that I made her British? Yeah, that too. I think the VR consoles are all like, we gotta have a killer app, but we also want it to be exclusive to our VR console, which just makes it harder for anyone to commit to any one of them. There's already too many VR consoles, and there aren't any games. Like, there's not a game that makes people say, this is a reason to own VR. And that's a bit of a problem. It's all about the games, baby. By the way, Volpe in particular, although anyone is welcome to answer this question, did you check out the demo of Game Builder Garage? I feel like that's something that you would probably have checked out, that you would have been interested in. If not, I recommend that you do, because I think you would enjoy it. She actually didn't have the pigtails last week. I'm not a big fan of pigtails, but something about it, like, felt right for this particular instance. I'm not sure why. Knockout candy. Oh, it's not even like a platform exclusive? Yeah, I saw someone rebuilt Mario Kart, Super Mario Kart in Game Builder already or something like that, and I was like, I'm not surprised. I saw that someone remade, like, Doom Eternal in fucking the VR garage, so it's like, I'm not super surprised. I do like that, I did try out the demo, and I think they do a very good job of making it understandable. Some people who already know a bit about programming might hate it, because they might be like, yo, I get it, you can stop explaining this in 50 different ways, because I already understand it. But those people just have to remember that it's not made for you. Like, I feel like this was explicitly made to introduce programming to people who have no idea what anything about programming, but they'd like to know. And I think they do a good job of that, of, like, explaining it in a way that makes it, oh yeah, I get it. I'm tempted to pick it up. It's only $30. I'm like, it's not bad. And I feel like I could maybe get some use out of it. I think maybe my concern is, like, since I already know a bit about programming, it might be in my best interest to focus on another platform where I'd actually be able to then sell the game. Like, it would suck to pour hundreds of hours into making a game on Game Builder Garage and not being able to do anything with it, right? Like, that would kind of suck. And I feel like, since I already know a bit about programming, that I'm already kind of at that point where I might eventually want to be like, hey, I want to sell this game. If that makes sense. And you just wouldn't be able to do that, like, ever. So I don't know, but $30 is tempting. I'd like to see it be a... Well, okay, actually, let me back up. I was gonna say I'd like to see it be a stream thing. I think it'd be pretty interesting not to, like, watch... Well, I mean, I think it would be potentially interesting to watch someone make a game, but I feel like most people probably wouldn't. But this is gonna hurt like hell. I think it would be cool to do a stream that's like, hey, I'll play your games. That being said, you couldn't stream making a game because you have to use the touchscreen. There's like, you have to do that thing in handheld mode. You can't do it while it's docked, which kind of sucks. So even if I were to get it, I wouldn't be streaming it, is probably worth pointing out. Unless it's to be like, hey, look at the game I made. Lightgazer jokingly said something about Nintagious games earlier. I could legit make a Nintagious game. It's kind of funny, like, programming isn't really that difficult these days. Like, it is still, it's not easy, don't get me wrong. But compared to what it was like 20 or 30 years ago, nowadays, if you can't figure something out, you can just fucking Google it and you'll probably find the answer. Like, the resources that are available to people now make it way more approachable than it once was. Which is really cool, because it means it's easier to get into. Whereas, yeah, 20 years ago, it was like, you have to have some fucking galaxy brain to be able to be a programmer. Oh, I can end that in a slash instead if I don't want to go for the vault. That's interesting. If you hit A, it does a, like, roundhouse slash instead of a vault. Or maybe that's because I fucked up the timing. Okay. Asshole. A stun? Really? And you missed. You missed. Okay. Come here for a second. We gotta heal, and we also need to sharpen.
Not begging for mercy.
Ghost writing, ghost proofreading, ghost game test. I mean, even the people that do this was made by one person. That's kind of an exaggeration, right? Because they have people testing. They have people. Typically, someone else does the music. So I think usually when they say one person made this, it's usually one person coded it. Maybe did the graphics. But it's rare that they're like, yeah, I tested it myself and I did all the music myself and all of the graphics, and that's like, that typically doesn't happen. Oh, can you, like, plug in a mouse for Game Builder Garage? That would be useful. I've been a little inspired by that lately because I guess I can just go ahead and reveal this. This is the game that we're probably going to play before the E3 event on Tuesday. I recently discovered a game. I don't know how to say it. It's SNKRX. I think it's either Snake RX or Snickerx. I have no idea. But it's Snake. You guys know the game Snake, except it's a roguelike. And it was made by one dude in 3 months. And I was like, dude. Like, I feel like back when I was learning stuff about programming, I could have made a game like this if I would have committed, like, a little bit harder.
My hammer's ready.
So it's been kind of inspirational. But we're probably going to play... It has a fucking absolute banger soundtrack, so that's why I'm like, this will be a good, That actually looks pretty cool for being a fucking Bullfango weapon of all things. I think it'll be a good hype-building game before Nintendo's event. Because just because the music is so bangy and hype.
No need to hurry. There's plenty of time.
I guess I should make armor, perhaps, or maybe not. I'm getting fucked on supplies on this one.
How about this leather? Be careful out there.
Oh. Discovered a new thing in Final Fantasy VII Remake earlier. Part where you have to turn off those huge lamps. It's on a platform with nothing on it but a couple shelves. Dirty brown? I don't know, did you?
Have a look around. Are you foraging or upgrading?
I don't know which ones I looked at. So, Dirty Baron. You almost.
Goodbye.
Ooh.
Sweet, a chat. Get your money down, though. Man, so good. You.
Which again, I'm curious. I know I keep asking, but so I mentioned this a little bit ago. I don't know how many of you were here when I mentioned it, but I think for E3 on Tuesday, I'm gonna start like an hour early. We're gonna play, however the hell you say that game's title, for like an hour. Each run takes about 30 minutes if it's a good run, so I think we'll fit in 2 of them, and then I'll hit the record button. We'll do E3. Stop the recording, start it uploading, and then I'm basically just gonna hang out and watch Treehouse until I'm too tired to keep going. Is my plan. And I guess I'm curious to know who will actually be able to be there. I imagine most of you will be asleep. Which I guess, for reference, it'll be at 11 a.m. If I start an hour early, it'll be 11 a.m. Eastern. On Tuesday.
Arid plains at night.
Nintendo's E3 is at noon.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know when it came out. It's just Snake, except it's a roguelike.
Sweet.
It's pretty fun. I haven't even beaten it yet. And oh, it's also $3. I guess I didn't mention that. it's $3. So I was like, dude, day one purchase. Like, whatever. I'm a fucking adult. I can just drop $3 on a game. Like, that's no problem. Even if I only play it like 3 times, I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. It was worth it. Yeah, I noticed. That's why I looked up, because I was like, did the owl just fly like directly into that rock? Never noticed that before.
Yoink.
Yoink. What's up? What's up, bitch? Yeah, and I figure that you'll probably be awake, right? I think Guy said he'll be awake, but he'll be on his way to work. I figure Volpe might be awake. Light, I figure you probably are not up at that hour, if I had to guess. Unless you're making a point to be up at that hour. You will probably be awake, but he'll probably be at work if he's not streaming a reaction himself. Twain probably won't be up. Scarlet, I have no idea. I don't know what your schedule's like whatsoever. But that's why I want to record the actual event separate and upload it as its own video, just so those that want to catch it after the fact don't have to sit through a multi-hour stream. Although, as a result, you asshole. Since I'm gonna record the event separately, like during the stream, so that I can re-upload it with ease, I might turn chat off for the event itself and just focus on my own reactions instead of seeing what the hell people are saying in chat about they put Roblox in Smash Tech W. I might just turn chat off and just be like, I'll catch up with that. That's part of why I was like, and then I'll just hang out for Treehouse afterwards, because then people will want to talk about what we just saw. No, it's on Tuesday.
Bye.
The event's at noon, but I'm probably going to start streaming at around 11.
Get to follow it.
Yeah, because I vaguely remember doing an E3 stream, probably the last E3. And I remember it was kind of frustrating, because I think there was someone in chat who kept sticking their nose up at, like, every announcement. And they're like, this isn't the game I wanted. They should have made this game instead. And it's like, that's just gonna send me off on a tangent, like, ranting about someone, instead of actually reacting to what I'm seeing. So I think I might just completely turn chat off. I notice a lot of people that do reactions kind of do that. Like, they'll have chat on screen and shit, but they don't seem to actually pay attention to what's being said in chat. And that's probably the correct way to do it, honestly. I know people would come to a stream to be able to discuss it, but, like, in the middle of it, I shouldn't be focused on discussing it. I should be focused on reactions and commenting on what I'm seeing. But then, yeah, then we'll just hang out and watch Treehouse and actually talk about what we saw. Until I'm just, like, I'm too fucking tired, I can't go on any further. Which will basically be as soon as the hype wears off, if I had to guess. Unless they're like, this Treehouse, we're gonna play Breath of the Wild, and I'm just gonna be like, I'm going to sleep, fuck you. I'm out. Because even if I'm interested in Breath of the Wild 2, I don't want to fucking watch them play it for 3 hours. Like, that's the type of game I just want to get and experience it myself. So, even if I'm interested, I'm not interested in watching them play it. That sounds super boring. Dude, you're a fucking bitch. And you know it. I don't even feel bad about calling you that, because you know it. Yeah, some people just can't be satisfied. Yeah, I remember specifically, like, the last E3, there was someone that was just like, this isn't what I wanted. And I was like, dude. And I'd rather just, like, not be distracted by that sort of stuff. I'm getting it. I'm glad that I'm enjoying this as much as I am, to be honest, because I was worried that I was just gonna be like, nah, I don't like this. Especially because, like, I'm still very lukewarm on Greatsword. I'm not really feeling it too much. I was worried about having 2 weeks in a row where I'm just like, eh, whatever. Oh, you want to hide the chat, Volpe? I mean, you can just turn chat off as a viewer. There should just be, like, a hide chat option, right? I'll just minimize it and be like, okay, I'll catch up after the fact. I don't like it, because like I said, I feel like people who come to a stream like that are going to want to interact and converse, but I would just rather focus on reactions. Especially if I'm going to upload it separately after the fact. I don't want to be conversing with people that no one watching on archive would actually be able to see. Oh, like when you're watching the direct itself, I always turn chat off when I'm watching those because it's just a bunch of cancer. I think the one time I did leave it open for like a second, it was just people, "Where's Waluigi?" And I was like, "Oh my god, dude, I can't do this." Like, no, absolutely not. Are you fucking kidding me, Alex? Thank you. I will not be denied. Or ignored. You're gonna listen to me like it or not. Good block, Milkshake. Kind of. Oh no. Okay. I deserve that.
This just won't do.
I like watching people's reactions. Sometimes. I'm pretty selective about it, because you can tell who's, like, legitimately excited and who's just, like, dialing it up to 11 and they'll be excited about fucking anything. And I don't really like watching that when they're just, like, losing their shit over something that's, like, not even exciting. Now, I do think sometimes you'll get so excited about something that everything is exciting. I think that's a thing. Like, for example, I actually recently watched this, and I don't remember why, but I watched the Nintendo World Store in New York used to do, like, live showings for the directs and such, and I watched the one for the E3 where they showed Smash Ultimate. And, like, for example, even, like, when they showed Battlefield, people were losing their shit. And I was like, this isn't anything to be that hype over. But you're so hyper about Smash in general that it kind of just bleeds into everything, right? That I understand, but it's like, sometimes people get excited, but you can tell that they don't even know what they're looking at. And that's, like, kind of weird. They're just kind of like, oh, holy shit. I don't know what that is, but holy shit. I've seen some Smash reveals for, like, I think maybe Corrin was one, where people were like, oh shit! Who is that? And it's like, what was the oh shit for if you didn't know who the character was? Like, You're just oh-shitting because you feel like you have to react that way? Is that the thing? I prefer the legitimate reactions, thank you very much. It's kind of like I've said before with streaming in general, is I think adult viewers in particular can tell if you're faking your interest in something. Oh, that was pretty light. I like that. That pop. I also think it's ridiculous. Like, has anyone ever seen the reaction where the guy gets so, like, reactions, I've seen a lot of them like this, where the guy gets so excited that he, like, jumps up out of his chair and he's running around the room, and I'm like, you don't even know what you're excited about now, because you're not watching the thing anymore. Like, that's completely ridiculous. Okay, bitch. You're funny. That could have gone very poorly. You need to stop. That was close.
Let me take control.
I kind of regret that, like, I remember I didn't live stream my, the one where they showed Ultimate. And I think it's like that I didn't have enough of a following at the time, so I was like, who cares? Like, I'm just gonna record it as per usual. And then the one after that was the one that I did stream, and I, like, kind of regretted it, because there was someone just being all snooty in chat about the announcements.
This should do.
That's why I'm gonna try to split the difference with this one, because I like that people could be able to, like, watch it with someone, I guess. I think there's two reasons why the live reactions are, like, interesting. I think one is that, like, maybe you don't know anyone locally to, like, watch it with, and maybe you want to watch it with somebody. Maybe you want that company. You want it to feel more like a gathering of people getting excited and getting ready to watch a thing that they're all excited about. I think that's part of the appeal, and I think it's also just seeing the streamers' reactions to stuff, which is more of, like, the archive side of things, more than the stream.
Who's up for walkies?
It's so impractical, dude. Oh.
Piece of cake.
Well, that's fun. Just fucking
There's no me.
ended her life by spitting a lava loogie on her. That's fun. But yeah, I think there have been directs before where I've been like, I'm not gonna stream it because I'd actually rather watch someone else stream it and hang out with them. It's also why I don't really go for Well, I guess it's an unrelated reason, but I don't really go for the, hey, let's get everyone together and hang out on like get a bunch of streamers together and hang out on Voice and all watch it. Because honestly, I've watched reactions like that where they have like 7 people on Voice, and I kind of hate it. Because again, you always have that one guy that's screaming so loud and he has like a really bad microphone. So it's just blowing out, and it's just... Again, I kind of get it, because I think people look at it more as they just want to hang out and be excited. They don't stop to think about stuff like audio quality. You can tell who does put that that sort of effort forward and takes it very seriously.
Good luck.
Have a look around.
Sarios, maybe? I know there is a Rathian Sword and Shield, but I don't have it. What a new weapon, dude! We almost always are able to get these.
Gotcha. Now get hunting.
I knew you were gonna say that. Yeah.
What are we fighting?
Time's over.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's the tricky thing with... Because like I said, I feel like people who are looking for streams like that to watch are going to be like, they want to talk about it, right? I think the big thing for me is if I'm recording it for later, I can't be holding a conversation with chat that no one can see. They can only see one side of, because that's gonna just read weird. And I don't care enough to put chat on screen either. But that's why we'll just hang out for a little while afterwards. Even if it's only like a half an hour or so. Or I'll just boot Snake RX back up and we'll play more of that maybe. And just chat about what that'll be our opportunity to talk about what hold conversation. I think I want to try to... Oh, right, I can't do this because I don't have any wire bugs. Great wire bugs. I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I also have to try and be diligent about shutting down anyone who's just complaining about what they didn't get. Because inevitably someone's going to be like, oh, they didn't give us Super Metroid 2, so I'm mad. This E3 sucked. Because even if they give us absolutely everything everyone wants, there's still going to be some guy that's like, where's Mario Maker 3? Man, Nintendo really doesn't get their consumers. I'll have to decide, is that just timeout worthy, or should I just ban people like that? I swear to you, I pressed Y, and for some reason, she just didn't matter. What? you can really kind of chain that combo pretty far if you know when to transition. I wonder if I should make an E3 bingo card. Or would that just be... I'm gonna be too distracted on filling out the bingo card then. Nah. I want my focus to 100% be on the direct.
Let me take control.
I don't want to be tempted to look away from the screen for anything.
And stay down. Who's up for cookies?
God, that's like... It's like basically tomorrow for me. Because I won't go to sleep until like 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then I'll wake up tomorrow night to stream, and then E3's that day for me. Like within that section of being awake, that's E3. Yeah, I could make a bingo card and then fill it out after the direct. Would it be interesting though? I don't know. I guess I'd have to think about, do I want to try to actually predict what's happening or just be a snarky asshole about it? And include bingo tiles like they spent more than 15 minutes talking about Breath of the Wild. They didn't show us Switch 2, the Switch Pro. Worst E3 ever. No Waluigi in Smash, worst E3 ever. I'm becoming an Xbox fanboy because this was just the worst E3 ever.
Let's go.
Have the free space be someone in chat was complaining about the presentation. I'm thinking I won't do a bingo card. It's funny in concept though. Specifically, some rando that's never been here before was complaining about the presentation. The ones that are just making the rounds, going around to every live stream they can find to be like, I can't believe they didn't show Waluigi in Smash. I'm selling my Switch tomorrow. Honestly, I wish YouTube had this. YouTube only has member-only chat. Twitch has a 30-minute follower chat, where, like, you can only chat if you've been, like, a follower of the channel for a certain amount of time. I wish YouTube had that, because I would just turn that on for something like this. That way, like, we wouldn't get randos just being stupid like that. You have to at least have been here before to be stupid. Nice, that wasn't another person. Here for another knockout, you think? Tried the block, I was just too slow. Okay, that's fair. Wow, he only just got Thunderblade on me? That's impressive. I think the issue with a bingo card is I'm either gonna make it way too predictable and safe, or I'm gonna make it really unpredictable and that would never happen, and then, like, either way, it's gonna be a free win or it's just not gonna be anything. I don't think there's any in-between there. Oh, God. Maybe I'll think about it throughout tonight and see if I come up with enough where I'm like, yeah, we can do this.
I'm going after it. Let's go.
I will prioritize it, though.
Begging for mercy.
God, that stunned me, too. Fuck this guy. Such terrible flashbacks of, playing World without stun immunity.
Sweet.
No! Jerk. You know what? Fine.
Say goodbye.
No, that was a mistake. Oh, it's still in there, though. Alright, that's good. That's good. It's not a place I want to be in. Low-key, Toby Kadachi's kind of an asshole and I don't like him. Like, overall, I like the monster, but sometimes he's just obnoxious. Coco, what are you doing? Get over here. You have one job, dude. I'm not even upgrading you guys' armor. Like, relax, you don't have to attack anything. And as a matter of fact, if you never attacked anything, I'd probably be happy about it.
Yoink.
Except for Milkshake. Milkshake should still be doing the bombing thing. Knockout? Come on. There it is. Love to see it.
You're done for.
You perhaps hate to see it happen to one so young, but you love to see it. There's just something. It's funny, if you would have asked me 10 years ago how I felt about the concept of a weapon where you need to approach the monster's face and hit them, I would have said, "Are you crazy? You're insane, right? Like, why would you do that? That's terrifying." But now I'm like, dude, this is the only way to play. Like, if you're not risking your life trying to hit them in the face, you're what are you doing with your life? Fire? What the fuck are you getting fireworks for? We really need another weapon, dude. This weapon's starting to fall behind a little bit. I don't really know what we can do to address it, though. Okay, we have 3 quests left.
Have a look around.
Wow, there's just not a Tobi Kadachi weapon? Interesting. I wonder who this one is. Fire? What other fire monsters are we even gonna kill in this run? Maybe we just won't be able to get to it. I mean, realistically, I think the chance of even getting a weapon up to, like... Even getting a rare 3 weapon is probably not gonna happen. I don't think it usually does happen, let me put it that way. We can upgrade that. It's not fantastic. We're gonna do it anyway.
No problem.
I was hoping that maybe it would unlock one of these and we could see what we have to get for those, but... it's not. Yeah, I think we just gotta be happy with what we got for now.
What do you need?
Yo, no armor again.
Take good care of your gear.
Cool. Cool. I never ramped up my weapon, by the way. Let's do that really quick.
What do you want?
I think we might actually want the water boost in this particular case. Maybe. I don't understand the appeal of these blight exploits. Because as far as I know, I don't think weapons can apply blights on their own. You'd have to pick up those beetles and throw those to apply the blights. Which is just not very reliable. I guess is what I'm getting at.
Don't forget to eat.
Because I think I think for the most part you can find most of the beetles on most maps, but still. Oh, I haven't even been fucking with that switch skill. I'm not gonna worry about it though, to be honest. Excuse me. Man, you love to see when you're starting a split and you're already behind.
Let's make this a quick one.
I might stop timing these, to be honest, because as I said earlier, I think the parts of this speedrun that are a total drag are enough of a drag that I don't really want to speedrun this game. So on that note, keeping the timer isn't particularly useful. It is kind of interesting because it allows me to see, like, are we running ahead or behind schedule? Which I guess is cool, but... any of this stuff, but that's fine. Is Somnicanth right here? Or... Yep, that's a Somnicanth, right?
Found it.
Shut up. The healing one? Really? It's so rare that you even use that one, and you use it at the beginning of a fight? Okay. Good AI. Oh yeah, we're going in hard for that knockout, baby. Like I said, if you're not going for the head, what are you doing with your life? Okay. You're funny. Dude. I didn't want to use a plus, but that's okay. What? Oh boy. Oh man. All of a sudden. Missing, dude. There we go.
Here it comes!
I feel like that's, I remember hearing that the perfect rushes was, like, super difficult to pull off. I don't know if I agree, but... you only have the visual indicator, and when there's a lot going on, it can be kinda hard to see it.
Let's see how you handle
So I kinda get that. Like, you just have that little red flash and, like, a very barely there audio indicator. It's kinda hard to work with.
I'm going after it! Run! This just won't
I pressed Y! Fucking dropped inputs, dude. I don't know why Capcom is still using the Mega Man 6 engine. Like, that's just... I don't know why you would do that. Yeah, you have, like, no aerial capabilities for this weapon.
Here it comes!
Sometimes you just gotta take a chance, and, that doesn't pay off, but at least you took a chance.
I'll be gentle, promise!
Dude. Dude, hit him.
Bye-bye! Let me take control!
You know what you did. Oh, I wish I had a good knock-up, a good wake-up attack. It's,
And stay down!
sleep. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, could you not? That's... Are you fucking kidding me? Sword and Shield is not, like... I don't really have a good way to knock them, to wake them up. Which might be a good reason for me to, like, not make a sleep weapon. If that even presented itself. Honestly, a lot of the sleep weapons in this game are pretty bad, I think. Like, I'd really like to make a sleep weapon, but most of them are, like, either the sharpness is really bad, or it only goes up to, like, rare 4 or something. I don't think you can block that, but what other choice do I have?
No.
No, that's okay. What? Excuse me? Apparently, that hitbox lingers as fuck. God, it feels really bad when you screw up the, like, mount into the perfect rush. When you have, like, one opening and you fucking squander it. Why didn't it trigger there? The timing on it's really weird, actually. Like, that's the hardest part. This part's easy. But it's like, just to initiate it, you have to have good timing, but the game doesn't tell you what the timing is. They're just kind of like, you'll figure it out. Sometimes I hit it nice and early and it doesn't happen. Sometimes I hit it too late and it doesn't happen. It's like, it must be a very specific window, and they just don't give you an indicator on it, which is weird because the rest of the move has an indicator, but whatever it is. That's like one more of these. Pop off. Maybe I just have to hold it. Maybe if I just hold X, it'll always do it. Let's try that. No, if you hold X, just nothing happens. Yeah, so you have to, like, very specifically hit it at a very specific moment. I don't have any bugs. I was like, why can't I do my thing? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Thanks, Coco. I'm very suddenly realizing how dark it is in this area. I don't really fight monsters here super often, but boy oh boy is it dark. No. but I appreciate the need.
You won't be needing this.
I can't start my day without a shower. Even on days off, I'm like, I gotta get up and shower, like, before I do anything. Yeah, I think a lot of that is, I've probably mentioned before, my hair is very, like, naturally oily. So if I don't shower right when I get up, I just, like, feel nasty all day. Yeah, we lost a lot of time on that one. Can you believe people do this in under an hour and a half? Like, what I'm doing right now, people have figured out how to do in under an hour and a half. What? Fucking how, dude? First of all, they probably don't suck at menuing like I do. That's probably a big part of it.
Be careful out there.
They also probably don't spend as much time shopping for equipment as I do.
What do you need?
Like, I go back between every... Ooh. That's really cool, too. I'd have to fight a bunch of Great Baggy, though. That's probably not going to happen within this playthrough. But it does look neat. And maybe we can hope that this thing will actually have, like, a pretty... Like, it'll upgrade pretty far. But like I said, I don't know if Sword and Shield sleep is the way to go. Because they don't really have a good way of waking things up.
Are you foraging or upgrading? No problem.
I'll take those.
Take good care of your gear.
Sweet, a chat. I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah, the world record's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Back to work.
Like, huh? Excuse me? Now, like I said, a lot of it is that they probably have all this shit routed, so they don't have to, like, sit here and wonder, what should I do? Like, they know when to come to get upgrades and stuff like that, whereas I'm just kind of winging it. That probably adds a lot of time. God, I really want to get another weapon, but I just don't see it happening. It just doesn't seem likely that we're actually going to get what we need for another one.
A biting current.
Yeah, world record is an hour and 18 minutes.
Let's make this a quick one.
Now, okay, to be fair, that is on any percent in which you can capture. So that cuts a lot of time off, too. I would be doing what's more accurately considered a no-tools run, even though I do use some tools. But I don't capture. That world record is still an hour and 41 minutes, though. It's still under 2 hours. We only just got it under 5 hours, like last week or something. No, again, I'm not taking it super seriously as a speedrun. I'm not, like, optimizing it to a super great degree. I'm just kind of going, because my focus is on learning the weapons, not on doing it fast. Doing it fast and within one stream is just like a bonus. And the reason, maybe not a bonus, but what made this work. Because I think if I were to do this in other Monster Hunter games, the series would have taken us an eternity to get through, because I'm trying to think like how long it would take you to beat Generations. Probably twice as long.
Sweet.
I do kind of have enough stuff to speedrun already. I don't necessarily need to pick up a new run, but I do really like Monster Hunter, so I was excited about the concept of being able to. I don't think it's for me, though. I think, I don't know. Maybe. Like, once I'm done, if I were to, like, pick a weapon and be like, this is the weapon I'm doing it with, that would probably change a lot, because then I could route out, like, what weapon upgrades I'm getting and such, and that would cut out a lot of time if I not only route that out, but decide which monsters I'm doing when. At the moment, the splits are all just listed as key 1, key 2, key 3.
You're my best pal.
Oh, I didn't update that for 1080. My bad. But you can still... Well, it's very tiny, you can't really see it. But, yeah, it's just key 1, key 2, key 3, key 4. And I just do them in whatever order I want, which is very inconsistent, really. And no way to speedrun. But I did it like that because I figured some weapons, there might be certain monsters that I change, where I'm like, I don't want to fight them with this weapon.
Better follow it.
Stop dying. Like, holy shit. Actually, I should get back to Sonic Forces at some point. That was a pretty fun run. Needless to say, speedruns won't return until I'm done with this series. Now, granted, we have like less than a month, so I should probably start thinking about, when we're done with these, are speedruns coming back, or am I going to start art streams again? That's something I need to start thinking about. If I still want to do the Sonic Anniversary art montage, then we should probably do that first. Before it gets too much later. I also want to get back to Link's Awakening. That was also a fun run. I wanted to start speedrunning the Genesis Sonics too, and just kind of never really committed to it. I don't know if I want to run Shovel Knight. I don't want to not run it, but I... like, as far as speedrun potential goes, if I had to pick between that and something else, I'd probably be like, yeah, okay. But it's, like, not super high on my list to do that. This might be a bad idea. So we might lose the chance at the mount. Nah, okay, we're good. I wanted to sharpen my foot at that.
I'll be gentle. Promise.
Was it Spectre Knight that's actually, like, a really difficult speedrun? Probably wouldn't want to do that for sure. Now, if I'm gonna start running something new, I think I need to start running the, There's enough other stuff that I want to run before I start even thinking about more runs. Like, I want to run, like, Sonic 3, despite being, like, one of my favorite games of all time, if not my favorite game of all time. I haven't tried speedrunning it. I should. I want to do the Mega Man Game Boy games. I want to do Wily Wars more. Maybe the Game Gear Sonic games. Maybe. Those are, like, really difficult, though, so I don't know about that. I got enough stuff I want to do there. Your higher skill level. Where was this confidence when I was asking about Castlevania? And you were like, well, if you play it on easy, you should be fine. I could potentially wait for that collection to run on. That makes sense. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Although I don't want to run Sonic 2. I don't like Sonic 2 enough. Sonic 1 is short though, and I don't hate it, so I think I want to do Sonic 1, Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles at least. As in, do Sonic 3 on its own, do Sonic and Knuckles on its own, and do them together. There's a lot of variety just in that, especially if I start doing, like, different characters and such. Dude. You need to stop being extra, please? And thank you. Knockout? Knockout? That's unfortunate. Bitch. What'd you get? That wasn't even a knockout. Nice. That was. Now we're talking. I missed? Are you shitting on both of my nuts? How does that happen, dude? Still gotta get that sweet tail, too, so... I don't know, I only played Spectre Knight once. I wouldn't consider that knowing it. And it was already like a year ago. So, actually no. When did we play? Yeah, it was a year ago, wasn't it? A year and a half ago? When King Knight came out? Jesus Christ, where does the time go? You're an asshole. Yeah, I wouldn't consider that knowing a game, personally. It's, like, vaguely familiar. Dude, hit it. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. What's going on over here? I think I want to do them in order. I'm expecting them to be punishing, so like, to a point that... Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. To a point that lessens the blow, because I already know it's gonna be hard as fuck, right? I think I technically did play Spectre Knight twice, but, like, the first time I played it was back when it first came out. And I don't remember if I beat it. What is happening? How did he not hit me? I, like, kind of panicked because I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm dead. But then he just decided to not. So that was interesting. Yeah, the first time I played it was when it first came out, which was how many years ago? And then climb the fucking thing. What are you doing? And then I played it on stream when King Knight came out. Even then, I don't remember that much about it. and I watched a speed run, and I was like, yeah, I don't think I can do this. Like, they were using tech I didn't even know existed. Dude. Okay. Would you stop it? Could you get tired again, please, asshole? Like... Okay, that works. Kind of. I'm not in a good position to take advantage of it, but there we go.
You won't be needing this.
Yeah, fuck you. That's fine. Use a video editor for GIFs? There has to be a better way. I don't know of it, but there has to be a better way. Unless you mean when you're like layering it into a video, it's lowering. There has to be a better way on that too, but I also don't know. That was great, but also bad.
Let's see how you handle this. Oh my!
I want to do one of these. Fuck you. Okay, asshole.
Better follow it.
Coco, for the love of God. How many times have you died tonight? Holy shit. That's like the 4th time tonight that the reason he's not been available is because he got knocked out. Usually that is not the reason. Tonight that is the reason.
Here it comes!
How did you miss? Excuse me? That's fine, I guess. I just realized this guy's not even tired yet. I need a new... Or, he's not even in the blue yet. I need a new weapon. Like, holy shit. This is kind of not cutting it anymore. Pun not intended. I have regrets.
This should do.
No poor Coco. Yeah, like my damage output's suffering like really hard because I haven't upgraded my weapon like basically all night. I'm actually worried that Magnamalo's gonna take like forever to kill. I might try and find like the least objectionable option for a weapon upgrade and go farm it just in the interest of making it faster in the long run, but it might not balance out.
Let's see how you handle
Another knockout. Another knockout. I'm not sure what just happened. I think I got buffeted by the wind. Buffeted by the wind? I don't know if I like that attack. Knockout? Knockout? Dude. Whatever. Yeah, like, this turned out to be, like, a very slow run just because I haven't upgraded my weapon, like, since the first half of the run. It's causing a bit of a problem. Not close enough. Oh, maybe I am. And he's dead. He does take forever to die.
Nothing personal.
Oh yeah, Magnamalo's next too, so this fight is probably gonna take a while, unfortunately.
Let's go.
On that note, I think I might take a quick bathroom break before we do Magnamalo. The time for this run sucks anyway, so I don't think we have to worry about preserving it. Again, I think a lot of it is because I haven't upgraded my weapon since, like, the beginning of the game. I upgraded it really early, which made the first stages go really fast, and then I haven't been able to manage to upgrade it since. So now, like, damage is slowing down, like, big time. And I don't think I have an option that I could just get, unless I can get the Barioth weapon. I guess we'll check that out really quick. I'm not hopeful, though. I probably could have derailed in one of these hunts and went and got Roggy parts and made that one. That might have helped. Let's see what we got. As to say, at least I'm assuming there's a Barioth weapon. Nope, didn't get enough pieces. That sucks. That would have been pretty nice to get. But yeah, I can't do it whether I forge it or upgrade it. I'd have to go kill him again. That's a bummer. Just one more shell, and I would have been able to do it. That would have been real nice.
Some hunters literally take hours. What do you need?
Okay, you can shut up. I get it. I'm taking a long time. Or hell, even upgrading that would have been kind of nice. I just don't think we have the options here. I have better damage options, but this has better sharpness. So I think, oh god, that would have been so nice to get, dude. Even if it's like barely a shield, but it's okay. Yeah. The fuck? What a joke weapons do. Yeah, I don't.
Are you forging or upgrading?
Let's grab that. Cool, and we can grab that? How's that look? It's not bad.
Gotcha.
That's not, got some good some good armor at least. we still want to take everything to 24. Maybe not. 22.
Right, let's get cracking. No problem. Right, let's get cracking.
Take it further. This one I can take to 24 easily enough.
No problem.
Oh yeah, these I can
Right,
take.
let's get cracking. No problem.
Yeah, we can get these up to 24.
Right, let's get cracking. Gotcha.
Not bad. Our weapon sucks, but at least our armor's pretty good, I guess. Let's turn that back on. It's not bad. What are my arms? Let's not. Let's not with those. And let's not with that either. It's not a bad look. It's not a bad look. I really would have liked to get another weapon before going into this one, but what can you do, I guess?
A special quest has been added. Don't forget to eat. Eat a check. Oh man, so good. Time's over.
Wait, don't listen to who? Oh, the blacksmith dude? Eh. Yeah, he does say it all the time. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break before we do Magnamalo. We're about that point of the stream anyway. And like I said, I have a feeling because of my bad, like, since my weapon's not very good, I think this fight's gonna take a while, so I would rather break now and then be able to comfortably do the fight instead of feeling like I have to rush the fight because I'm like, oh, I gotta use the bathroom. So we're gonna take a real quick break now, but I won't be long. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we will go fight Magnamalo, and then we'll be done. We're still finishing under 5 hours by like a long shot, which is pretty cool. It'll give us plenty of time to boot up the main file and make like an end game sword and shield and see what that's all about. So that's cool, at least. I should be looking at it more like that. We won't have to rush that or anything. So yeah, stay tuned. I will be back in just a minute. hell did I come back to? What the hell did I come back to?
A grudge towards all life, given form in flame.
Let that play out.
Stalks unsuspecting creatures. That it seeks to maim. Its prey turns round to face it,
Does
preferring a hero's death,
it use the fire to like scout or something?
knowing that this purple fire will steal its final breath. Pray for its soul.
I actually don't really remember this one.
Your evil shall swallow the world whole.
Ready for any.
Let's kick his ass. All the way up there. I'm really looking forward to Picross tomorrow, by the way. I almost thought we'd have to cancel the stream tonight because of how bad my allergies were acting up, like, when I got up. But, like, part of what kept me going is I was like, well, the schedule on these are so tight that if we cancel, I'm gonna have to make it up at some point in the week, which is probably gonna be Monday, which is probably gonna mean we can't do Picross, and I really want to do Picross. I'm really looking forward to doing more of that. Which unfortunately means we're not going to be able to, like, make up Bravely Default. We're probably going to do Bravely Default on Thursday and Friday. I wasn't really sure of what I was going to stream on Thursday anyway, so it kind of works out, I guess. There's no reason to be sorry. There's nothing anyone can do. Just unfortunate that they've been as bad as they have been this year. Or this summer, rather. You guys want a turf war? That'd be fun. I haven't seen that in a while. Turf war? Nope. He's not interested. He's like, nah, fuck this thing.
There you are.
But whatever, I'll take it.
I'll be gentle. Promise.
The fuck did Izuchi come from? Oh, I did hit him. Okay, I thought the little one got in the way, and I was about to be like, "You've got to be kidding me, dude!"
Let me take control.
Not that one, you maniac! Oh, bitch! Fuck him up! 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 Okay.
Stay down. You're done for.
Knockout? Too early for a knockout.
Move somewhere else.
Fuck you, dude. Get out of here. Coco! What are you doing? Come on.
Let's go.
And that's with him on fucking follow. If you can believe that shit. Alright. Let the battle actually begin. If I recall correctly, I kind of got my ass kicked with dual blades, so hopefully it will go smoother than that. No, that's okay. Dude, you're already mad enough to use the beam? What? That was bad. I didn't think he was gonna roll over in that very moment. Knockout. What? Excuse me? What the fuck was that hitbox? I legitimately don't know what the fuck just happened there. Oh god. And I hate this. Can confirm. Knockout? Make you sooner or later. Don't you worry. Good about that. Wasn't even the knockout yet, baby. Hold on. No? No, not. Knockouts, baby. Shit, he did it again! Stop rolling over and getting away from that. What a jerk. He knows what he's doing. I disagree with you on that one. Oh, excuse me. I just need a snack really quick. Oh, God. Coco, come here. Like, as... Coco, what are you doing? I was so confident that Coco had me that I was already sharpening. Because I was like, well, he's gonna get here before I press Y, right? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Baby, hold on. Get the fuck out of my way. Ah, okay, that was bad.
I'm going after
Okie
it.
dokie, that works. He didn't get there. So he wasn't on his way fast enough. I see that bomb. I didn't hit it? Are you kidding me? The fuck? Excuse me. Do you want another knockout? Do you want to go for knockout number 2? I mean, I'm down. Isn't there a... There it is. I'm gonna be stingy. Not where I want to be. But hey, damage is damage. Man, my sword sucks. Like, this weapon is not good. But what can you do? Well, that wasn't quite what I wanted to have happen, but I guess it kind of worked. I don't know what's happening right now. At least the sharpness is good. I guess I got that going for me. Oh. Okie dokie.
I'll be gentle.
Amazing! Amazing!
No point in going to get one of the other ones when we already mounted those. I forgot that I needed to heal. That's another thing that's, like, I'm finding not super useful about being able to use items with the shield drawn, is the fact that, like, 9 times out of 10 I wirefall away anyway before using it, so... Alright, so we can confirm right here and now that one guy I heard say you can only cut his tail when he's enraged was completely wrong, because I just did it while he wasn't enraged. We can finally lay that to rest. God, I hate it. I was pretty sure that wasn't the case, but I wasn't sure enough to say absolutely that's wrong.
Say goodbye.
Fuck. That's fine. Yeah. The random rolling over will, like, never cease to make me laugh. It's so weird, dude. Oh no. Yep. My muscle memory, like... Every now and then I'll have a problem in this game where my muscle memory tries to do, like, 3 things at once, but due to the way the controls work, you just can't. So there I was like... Well, I need to heal. I also need to have some stamina, but I also need to dodge what he's about to do to me, and my thumb was just like, I can't press all of those buttons at once, and therefore nothing happened. It was just kind of like, that's too much. That's too much, and so nothing happened. It was just an overload. It doesn't happen super often, but every now and then it'll happen, where I'm just like, I don't know then. I just don't know. He's actually in the blue already. I was afraid that this fight was going to take like an hour and a half. And this is actually not bad. It's still like overestimate, to use the speedrun terminology, but That's okay. You motherfucks better not turf war before I get up there. Another thing I need to do if I want to take going fast seriously is using the dog drift dash more often. Which, honestly, they should change. It's, like, completely... I mean, they probably won't change it, but I think they should. Just make ZL a dash button instead. Because, like, who actually uses the drifting, right? People just use it to go fast. Because you don't actually need to, like... Fuck, I got too close. You don't actually have to, like, drift. You can just drift in a straight line and you'll still get the speed boost. So it's like, just make it a speed boost, dude. Like, just change the way that works. Change it in, like, Ultimate.
Aw, but I was having so much fun.
He doesn't want anything to do with this because he's over there. Even though he's also asleep. That's totally fine. But whatever, that's fine. Yeah, I can still see it having uses, it's just, like, not nearly as useful as it used to be. That and the Sword and Shield has a super fast sheath time in general. Oh, I was too far away, okay. Knockout? Knockout? I want it, dude. I want the second knockout. We've gotten 2 knockouts on, like, how many monsters? We must complete the set.
I knew I could count on you.
Get rid of this while I'm running around aimlessly. I mean, it's mostly okay because they added other depth to it anyway. So it's not like that's the only reason you use this weapon or anything like that. Like, it's wild that this has more depth than Dual Blades do. Perhaps too much? Because, oh. Dude, could he die in the turf war? That would be wild. Oh my god! He's, he understands how... See, Magnamalo for Smash, he even understands how free-for-alls work. Just use one opponent to hit the other for it. It's easy. That works. That's the second Wyvern Ride KO we've had tonight. That's pretty fun. That wasn't nearly as good as killing the Rathian by Basarios spitting a lava loogie on him, but it was still pretty good. Go ahead. I'm holding A. What are you waiting for? I don't think it always was, but it is now for sure. Like, I think I've acknowledged that since 4, but I think in 3 it didn't have any of this nonsense. But maybe it did. Maybe I just didn't know. I still don't understand how to make this work. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Specifically the initiation. Like, once you get to the combo, it's easy peasy, but sometimes that just doesn't work. And they're just like, nah, I'm just gonna do a normal jump attack.
Kamura, here I come.
I know that holding X is not the answer, if nothing else. I think you have to hit X when you're, like, mid-jump. If you try to hit it, like, once you land, it just doesn't work. The rest of it's easy. It's just the initiation that's, like, I don't get it. And it's so weird because the rest of the move has, like, visual cues for the timing. It's just the initiation doesn't. There's just no cue for that whatsoever. I find that if you just mash on X, it usually works. Which isn't very Monster Hunter-y, if we're being real. Usually mashing is like, that's a good way for it to not work. Oh. 366 hours. Does it? I haven't noticed a visual cue for the rest of it, or for the beginning part. And if it's weaker, that's a bit of a problem, because I feel like the other cues are already, like, very faint. I could see it being very hard to do when you're, like, in the middle of just a super crazy fight. Alright, I think what we want to do here... focus isn't useful, though. But the rest of this would be good. Well, not Marathon Runner. I kept thinking, Knockout King? Like... I mean, it still might be something so that I don't have to worry about getting armor at first. I can just focus on the weapon itself. We will look at armor anyway, but...
Have a look around.
I guess let's do that first. So I think... it would be nice to get Slugger, but I don't think that's on a lot of equipment. So I'd probably have to get that from something else. Or I'd probably have to decorate it, rather. Which I would assume is a level 2 gem.
Some hunters literally take hours. I'm used to waiting.
I hope not, Scarlet. I guess I should point out, as I'm sitting here in silence, I don't really know what I'm looking for as far as equipment goes. Maybe an issue with Sword and Shield, although I wouldn't call it an issue, I'd call this maybe a pretty good thing. I feel like there's a lot of different ways you could build Sword and Shield. But I don't think there's anything where I'm like, I have to have this. Like, Constitution would be not bad. Kind of hard to go wrong with that. I would enjoy Slugger. The problem is that Focus and Marathon Runner don't really do much else for you here. At best, that would like the backstep charge attack might charge faster, but that's probably about it. So that's not worth it. And I don't really... And Marathon Runner would just be... I mean, it's not bad to have, but it's not necessarily good either. Kadachi might not be terrible. That's not awful. Didn't Sword and Shield used to have built-in Mind's Eye? But that was with the oils, right? So that's not a thing anymore. That seems... Kadachi seems like it could be pretty good. And I already have it, so that's another plus. If I maybe do that and then gem for knockout. Alright, you can't, like, access the loadouts from there for whatever reason. I don't know if I actually have a set that uses Toby Kadachi, so we're gonna need to do that manually. We have the one with defense boost. I think we do want the one... Well, doesn't Toby Kadachi give us max constitution? So we might as well just keep the one that has defense, because we already have max level constitution. Remove all. I don't think I have Slugger made. So that's a thing. Hey, Peter. Again. How's it going? Scarlet has no idea what we're talking about right now. Alright.
What do you
Weapons.
need?
Weapons. So we have the basic ass Kamura tree. It's not bad. I don't hate it. Compared to some of the other Kamura designs where I'm like, that's garbage. That's also not bad. Maybe a minor nitpick I have, and this is like really minor, like has no effect on the game whatsoever. And I guess there are other instances of this being a thing.
No need to hurry.
There are other instances of this being a thing. Most of the sword and shields look like daggers more than swords. But I guess, like, in Dual Blade, there's some that look like axes and maces and such. So I guess that's not necessarily a major complaint. And some of them definitely still look like swords. I do like the Beast Temple one. I think it looks pretty cool. It's just a basic-ass raw blade. That's not bad. You would fail the... Don't get oily challenge, you're not wrong. Yeah, and then there's a fan. That's a thing. I do not have a lobby open. It's not a multiplayer night. Peter. I actually don't know when I'm going to be doing multiplayer nights again. Sad to say. The tiny rope ring is like, it goes on their wrist. That's not bad. I haven't made an electric weapon yet. I'd like to go status. The downside with going status... Well, okay, let's just keep looking for now. Let's just keep looking for now. Let me not get too far ahead of myself here. I don't want to do a brutal strike build, I don't think. I already have 2 of those. Dude, a rare 6 Jaggy? What the fuck? This game's wild sometimes. I actually don't mind that. That looks pretty cool. It's maybe kind of basic, but it looks neat. We already have a couple water weapons, so I guess I'm not super into that, but... Oh, Puke. Actually goes up to rare 6? Yo, this has some good poison options. A lot of other weapons I've looked at, I see a good poison option, and they're like, it only goes up to rare 4. Haha, got him. Baria, that's a pretty... Nardabosh? Nardbosh? The fuck? Oh no. Oh, actually doesn't look that crazy. And it's not good. It only goes up to rare 4. Am I wrong in assuming... Yeah, of course, this only goes up to rare 4. I was hopeful that this one would go a little bit higher. All things considered, though, that's not that bad. Even though it only goes up to rare 4, those stats aren't awful. I think. Well, okay, never mind. The damage kind of sucks. That's unfortunate. Another good poison option. You love to see it. We have so many poisons already, though. That looks pretty neat. Again, it's a brutal strike one, though. I'm not that into it. I've already done that a couple times. I think Baroth weapons look stupid. Don't at me. That's not bad. That's not bad. I cannot believe there's a Bullfango one that goes up to fucking rare 5. It sucks, though. Look at that fucking sharpness. What the shit? And it upgrades into the Anjanath tree. And what? That was pretty cool too. I don't hate it. This is the part of the stream where we just discuss how the weapons look. That looks pretty badass. It's just a fucking cleaver. Like, I don't mind it. Not too into the negative affinity and, you know, another ice weapon, all that nonsense. That actually looks pretty neat too. It sucks though. Look how bad. Like I kind of don't understand why weapons that are that bad exist. You know what I mean? Like, why is this here? Is there some really weird, like, meta build involving a weapon like this? Did somebody find a way to make this, like, really fucking good? It's just you just need a very specific build. It just seems so bad otherwise. Even with Dulling Strike, which apparently isn't that good. Nah, I don't like it. Is that the only paralysis option? Because, excuse me, what? I don't have a paralysis weapon yet, and that's kind of a shame. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. That's pretty cool. Oh, it's negative affinity, though. Banned Rajanka. Banned? Banned? That one was for Twain. If he is around. That's kind of tempting because, like, it has a level 3 socket slot. I already have a level 3 slot on my armor, so I could put 2 things of sharpness up to fix the sharpness issue. And then I guess... Oh. it doesn't have the negative affinity one. I guess I could make the affinity not as bad, but what do I have to say to that? That was pretty neat. I like it. Deora has some cool weapons. That's not bad. That's not bad. Look, is it me, or are there two swords? There's like another one in the shield? The Aractor one looked like it had decent sharpness. I mean, it has a lot of green, but like green's not that good. I mean, it is. It's not bad, but it's not really good either. Holy shit. That's... No, you have the gun lance. I was gonna say, that's the sharpness you're dealing with on a daily basis? Holy fuck. No wonder you stress out about sharpness. Although the gun lance is probably pretty similar, if I had to guess. Oh, see, again, it's... I mean, I don't think Sleep Sword and Shield would be good anyway. Also, that's not even a sword. What is that? What is that? There's this wacky thing. Oh yeah, this thing. Excuse. Rampage. I don't know. I don't know which one I want. There's a lot to take into consideration here. Is there really just not a paralysis sword, except for that one that sucks? Okay, it's not that bad. It's not good. It's not good. Is that really it? The feline one does too, but those are also not very good. That's a bummer, dude. I'd like to have a paralysis weapon sooner or later, but I feel like for the most part, they're not very good. Yeah. Yeah, it would... I mean, are the sleep weapons even... I mean, that's... No, that's bad. Never mind. I think it's just if I'm going to build something with sleep, I'd prefer it just have something built in. Although also building sleep when most of your gameplay hours now is just playing with randos is like completely idiotic, because most people in a rando group have no idea what to do with sleep. I think...
My hammer's ready.
I think the Volvidon one was pretty good. Yeah, Volvidon goes up to rare 6. That's like a pretty badass paralysis weapon. But most of them are not very good. And even then, it's 19 paralysis. That doesn't seem like a lot. But... like, yeah, that's pretty good. But I feel like most of the other ones I look at for paralysis are just really bad. Plenty of poison options. Like, there's a ridiculous amount of poison options in this game. For all of the weapons. Whereas sleep and paralysis, I feel like just get shafted.
Some hunters literally take hours. I'm used to waiting.
And I don't really want to make a poison one. I already have a poison hammer and a poison switch axe, and they're like very much getting the job done. So I don't necessarily want to go poison. I don't want to go brutal strike. Because I already have 2 of those. And that one's probably not that good for it anyway. So I feel like Zinogre is an option. That seems like an all-around pretty good weapon. That one looks pretty cool. Again, it has a level 3 slot on it, so I could put 2 things of handicraft on my armor, which is pretty cool. We have a lot of water weapons already, though, unless I make a different dual blade or greatsword eventually, which I probably won't, because I don't think I'm as in love with them as... I'm not in love with them enough to bother making another weapon for them, I think is what it comes down to. We don't have a fire one yet, and I guess that looks kind of neat. I already have 2 blasts, so I don't necessarily want to go blast either. Same with ice. Although both of the ice weapons I have, I, like, never use. Longsword and actually, believe it or not, Charge Blade. I just, like, never play those. So that could be an option. I actually think that one looks pretty cool. I don't know about Rushang. Like, could it ever be worth it running around with negative affinity? Like, or are you just at a disadvantage? So one of those things where it's like, well, it's only -10, so it's not that bad, and if you get affinity boost, it's only -4, which is kind of whatever. And that's livable. Especially when it's, like, pretty high raw. I actually don't have a Teostra gem. That sucks. That's another pretty important thing here, is do I even have the stuff to make what I potentially decide to make? Could just customize one, too. I don't particularly want to do that, though. I'm not a big fan. I'm thinking Zinogre might be the safe bet for now. And then if I, like, really like it, I could commit to something else. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it might be strong enough that that 10% just kind of doesn't matter. Especially if I do affinity boost and boost it to only 4%. It's probably fine. Although would I want to do that? Depends on how much sharpness I get out of the handicraft slots. If I'm going to be in green a lot, then Dulling Strike is probably what you want. Oh, that's true. I could just gem for some affinity to fix the rest of it, if I really wanted to. And yeah, I have plenty of stuff to make it. That's not an issue. Oh yeah, isn't Dulling Strike, like, considered actually super bad? I tend to mix up a bunch of the skills. I think I researched Dulling at one point and everyone was like, it's bad. Depending on how gemming affinity goes, I think I'd actually go with the Thunder there. But could I just use Zinogre instead? And not have to, like, build around it to the same degree? The raw is, like, slightly lower. But I don't have to deal with, like, any of the other nonsense, and it has more thunder. Does it bug the hell out of anyone else when the elemental damage is an odd number? Like, that kills me. Like, more than it probably should. Yeah, and it would be easy enough to get, because I'm pretty sure my armor has a three slot in it. Pretty sure. I'm kind of thinking maybe Rajang. I think that might be the way to go. I'm not, like, completely convinced, but, like, convinced enough. Holy shit, that's gonna be expensive to make. Thank God I've been making a lot of money lately, and I already have armor, so that's another benefit. Yeah, I think the smaller numbers do make a lot more sense. It's just the odd numbers are still like, dude, why can't it just be 20 or 18? The Gnarl one looks stupid though. Like that, I'm like immediately writing that one off because I think it looks dumb. Its attack is lower. It has a lot of thunder, but also I don't have an orb, so that's a problem. I think we'll try out Rajang. Worst case, if I spend all of this money to make it and decide I need to make another one, I can always sell this to get the money back. Like, a good deal of the money back, at least. So it's not too bad. This makes up for the fact that I wanted to make the Rajang Greatsword and talked myself out of it. Now we can finally do one of those. Yeah, I think we'll do this
No
one.
problem. Right, let's get cracking.
God, it's a lot of fucking money, dude.
Gotcha.
It'd be cool if, like, when it asks you for materials like that, if, like, the more high-quality materials you use, like, lowered the cost or something like that. That'd be kind of nice. Reward the people that are, like, really doing a lot of hunting, because you're gonna have a lot of rare parts to play with. Alright, so that was, what, 3 weapons? Yeah, that was 3, so we need 5.
No problem. Gotcha. Alright, let's get cracking.
3 more. I guess we could just upgrade each of these once, it'll be nice and cheap.
No problem. Gotcha. Right, let's get cracking.
Easy peasy.
What do you need?
Okay. Decorations. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make another one of these, which I might not have enough to do. Let me see. We need flinch free. Stun
Haste makes
resistance.
waste. Take all the time you need.
Oh, and I have a bunch of critical eye. I forgot about that. This armor just has critical eye on it. So that helps. Duh. So we want another one of those, and then I think we'll want like 2 of Slugger. I don't know what we'll do with the other slots. I guess I could just do Thunder up or something. Yeah, I think we want... Oh, I have enough. Nice. Let's say, where the fuck is Slugger at? That's still 30% stun power. That's pretty damn good. I will take it. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, yeah, I don't know what I'll do with the rest, but... How much does critical eye give us? Like, what's level 4 critical eye? You can't check from here, I'm pretty sure. And I'm sure that's a level 2 slot, so I wouldn't be able to do more anyway. I think that looks good. I think that looks good.
Take good care of your gear.
Dude, that shield's pretty big. That fucking club is pretty big, too. Holy shit. Skill info? There we go. 20% affinity, so that gives us 10% total. Oh, we have to ramp it up, too. So I don't think... Yeah, so we can just ramp up for extra lightning damage.
Okay.
I like this plan. And then 25, the odd number I can actually tolerate.
Coming right up.
Love it. Love it.
The village is in your hands.
Dude, this looks like this is a shield that would hurt like hell to get bashed in the face with, and I'm looking forward to doing said bashing. Okay, what do I still have here? 4, which I'm just thunder up, or speed sharpen. Do I really need speed sharpen? Not really. I don't think that's necessary. Bolt. Yeah, I'm gonna get, like, the big bonus, too. It's not bad. Yeah, might as well.
Take good care of your gear.
Okay, I think that change. I think we're gonna change to that. For this. Doesn't necessarily match the weapon any more than the other one did. I don't really have an armor set that matches whatever the fuck color this is. That's maybe the one thing I don't like about this weapon, is that's like a very nasty green-brown that's like... No, thank you. Okay. Switch skills. We're saying to take another short bathroom break before we jump into a hunt, too. I gotta pee, man. I think that's because I've been drinking more than usual, because I'm trying to keep my allergy issues under control. Oh, what was that called? Drill slash? That sounds pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie to you. Training gear. Watch it be really bad. I didn't even check out the one switch skill we got, like, while we were in the crash course. Because it was for something that I wasn't using a lot of anyway, so I was just kind of like, who cares? Okay. Yeah, let me take a real quick bathroom break. Let me take a real quick bathroom break. But I will not be long though. And then we'll finish checking this out. And then we'll probably just run out on an expedition really quick, and I'll punch something in the face, and we'll see how it feels, and then that'll probably be the end. But I gotta pee before that. I don't want to be here, like, squirming for the next 30 minutes, because I'm like, dude, I just want to finish so I can pee. So I'm just gonna do it. So I'll be back in just a minute. Stay tuned, and then we'll wrap this up. We'll troubleshoot, workshop, maybe a better way of putting it, the switch skills, and then we'll run off on a hunt. So, and also, Scarlet, take it easy if you're getting going. Thanks for stopping and hanging out. Otherwise, as I said, don't go anywhere. Unless you're Scarlet, and then go somewhere. And we'll be back in a minute. Yes, Sliding Slash was the first one we got. Well, that was the thing, like... It says XA with your weapon unsheathed. I swear that's the same attack as if you just press X. It is the same attack. Like, that doesn't even register as a different attack. Like, am I missing something there? That's why I didn't switch it, because I was still trying to figure out, like, what the hell is this attack? Or is this just wrong? Oh, XA with your weapon unsheathed. I was just reading it incorrectly. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at the other ones, too. Hard Basher Combo. A derivative of the Shield Slam. Shield Bash into Hard Bash. Melee attack using nothing but a shield. A direct hit to the head, however, may open up more options. We're not changing that! Get the fuck out of here. Drill Slash sounds awesome, but get the fuck out. Absolutely not. We're keeping our knockout. Are you fucking kidding me? We'll see what Drill Slash looks like, at least. Thrust into Drill Slash. Drill Slash is a multi-hit attack with tremendous potential when combined with an elemental weapon. I do have an elemental weapon, but I like the knockout, dude. But I like the knockout. Windmill was okay. But how could you not pick this? I mean, Windmill's probably better for elemental damage, right? If I had to guess. But we're going knockout, baby! Oh, and it deals more damage if you guard with it, too? I don't think I knew that. That's interesting. Oh, and if you do it into the target, you... Ooh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why it didn't work that time, but... Ooh, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Since I don't, like... I don't hit XA in the middle of combos anyways, so now it gives me a reason to do so. If anything, I maybe don't like that I'll always pull like that, but that also seems awesome? I don't know. I think I kind of like it, though. I think I kind of like it. Is that the drill thing? Oh. I think it also changed. No, I don't think it did change that. Ignore me. No, we gotta have the knockout, baby. I didn't hit the head. That's a bummer. Okay, fuck Drill Slash. Yeah, I mean, Drill Slash is cool, but part of what I'm having so much fun with is the knockout potential. So I think getting rid of the knockout potential is completely idiotic. But, I could see a status build for sure, like using Drill Slash and Windmill instead. I can see the potential there. And I am building Elemental, so it might be idiotic for me to not be doing that, but knockout, baby. I love that shit. Yo, fuck you. Ooh, now I can... Oh, no, that actually round slashes. I don't think I knew that was a thing. I was trying to use X and A's mid-combo before, but I wasn't, like, coming up with anything cool. I guess I was just pressing it at the wrong moments. Ooh, that allows you to just combo endlessly, though. Hold on. Oh, I see it, baby. So that's your endless combo. You can X, A, any combination of X and A twice, and then X and A. Okay. Okay. Speaking of which, okay. So that's just a normal jumping slash. That's the falling bash, which also does deal knockout. Okay, that's what I expected. There is no XA in the air, okay. Not for that, at least. And see, this is an example. This taking 2 wire bugs actually doesn't feel that bad. Because that's a pretty big attack. There's a lot of attacks that take 2 wire bugs, and you're like, how is this worth it? Yeah, I like being able to vault a little bit more. Some more knockouts. Yeah, that one doesn't have an XA either. Which, again, that plunging thrust is probably good for status. That's not. Like, that move is horrible. Why would you ever just land with a normal-ass jumping slash there? I feel like that does more damage, too. Oh, you can just spam the shit out of that all day, too. But I bet that, like... Oh. Hold on. Didn't know you could do that. That does move you forward, though. So if you're, like, trying to cut a tail, that might not be very good. Okay. That's worth noting. That's fun. But if you're not going to reach him, I guess, is then you can kind of launch yourself. Okay, let's go find a monster to beat the shit out of. I'm gonna have to make some armor that actually matches this this weapon. Oh yeah, the X attack in the air looks like it's garbage. Oh, the X-Wire bug has an XA. I wasn't using that one too much. I have a bad habit of just fucking missing when I use that. Oh yeah, don't I have transport? Yeah, I do, baby. Alright. Okay. Well, I guess I know where we're going
These
then.
are the available quests.
Hey, Ludroth, that'll do. That'll do.
Good luck out there.
I guess I'll just use my longsword setup. That seems to be a good, like, default. Well, Slugger would have been good to get, too. Maybe I should have grabbed that.
Duty
Whatever.
calls.
See, now I'm getting to the point where my throat's just fucking sore. Not sore, just scratchy and annoying. Okay, we're gonna resave you really quick, and then Spooky. Fuck summer, dude. I've had enough.
This'll be easy. Back.
Might as well get these done first. I guess, actually, we'll grab one and take it back. I'll get the other one after we kill Royal Ludroth, I think. This weapon's huge, dude. When I when I looked at it in the blacksmithing window, I had no idea it was gonna be this big. So who's left on E3 tomorrow? Capcom's tomorrow, right? That's probably the only one I'm gonna care about, if I have to guess. To check it when I get up. I don't know why the sound effect, like, runs out eventually. I've never noticed that happen until recently. So I'm wondering if it's an issue with version 3 or something. I think, like, EA or something might be tomorrow, but who cares? I mean, it's basically everything. I think Nintendo and Namco are the only two on Tuesday, so everything else is tomorrow. It's just a matter of, do I actually care about any of it? I think Capcom's probably the only one I'm going to care about. Man, I'm pretty hungry, too.
That was fast.
Get some leftover Chinese from yesterday. That'll be some good shit. Oh, I overshot. Like, by a lot.
This is gonna be good.
Knockout. Get back here. It's gonna look really funny cutting tails with this thing. I didn't really consider that. I think it would be kind of interesting if they outright made it that, like, don't make it that different weapon types either deal slicing or blunt. Make it that, like, this deals blunt damage. And then make it that there's hammers that are, like, all spiky and they deal slicing damage and stuff. I think that would be pretty cool. Give you a little bit of variety. Then also, if you're like, if hammer's the only weapon you ever have fun with and you need a tail, then you're not completely fucked.
Let's go for a ride.
That'd be a cool bit of depth, I think. Damn, he just won't take it. Oh no. Can I dodge them? Oh no. I should have just stayed where I was. Oh my god, dude. I'm bad. Oh no. And I didn't have any wire bugs. That was, that could have sucked. It did sound like whether you, like, found something in the Xbox One you liked or not, it did sound like they had a lot of content in there, and wasn't it like an hour and a half long? So it's good that they had, like, a lot of shit. That would have sucked if they were like, 45 minutes of the presentation's gonna be Halo. Like, that would have been, like, just hot trash. No. Not gonna. No. Knockout. Oh no. I'm lucky that I didn't get punished there. It's not my best plan. Dude, stop lifting your head so high, you motherfucker. There it is. What?
You shouldn't have picked me off!
I hate everything. Alright, let's get that fucking tail. That's my fault.
Here it comes!
Well, that's unfortunate. Fine. Dude, I don't want to go play with Tigrex. What are you doing? Jerk. Oh, no. Tigrex is coming. Oh, no, he's not coming here. We're fine. Yeah, Nintendo sometimes will be, like, really snappy and good, and then other times they're like, we're gonna talk for 30 minutes about Fire Emblem Three Houses and spoil a major plot point. You're welcome. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how Tuesday goes. Hopefully it'll be of the better variety, and they don't spend 20 minutes showing us Breath of the Wild 2. Or Splatoon 3. Let's be real, if they... I would almost prefer see a lot of Breath of the Wild than Splatoon 3, to be honest. Unless Splatoon 3 involves, here's what's making the game different, and why you should care. Which I would like to see. I would like to see what's different about this game. If they provide, like, a full standalone, like, cooperative experience, I'll probably get Splatoon 3. If it's just more fucking try-hard competitive kids, I'm like, nah. I don't need more of that in my life, thank you. That sucks. I mean, it put me right where I needed to be, so I guess it's good, but... They have, like, such short range. It's hard to get used to. I mean, Dual Blades has that issue, too, where I'm like, really? I'm not hitting it? That's a good little combo for hitting the tail. When you don't have, like, an opening, but it's not a huge go for a perfect rush opening.
Here it comes!
You want another knockout? I can get behind that. I missed! Get the fuck out of here. I thought I was close enough. Dude, whatever. There's something really infuriating about when the last thing they do before running away is, like, swatting you aside when you're trying to do something impressive. Like, you line up something in the way you're like, this is gonna be sick, and then they're just kind of like, and they just send you flying, and then they just turn around and leave. It's like, get your ass back here, you son of a bitch. Who do you fucking think you are? How did I get raw meat on me? When did that happen? 10 raw meat, too. Like, what? When did I pick that up? Is that on Thursday and I just didn't notice? Dodge out of it. Committed too hard. Knockout. 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 Not quite. It's so much harder to get 2 knockouts on monsters in high rank. Like, it's basically free in low rank. That's enough. God, that almost sucked. Oh god. Jeez. I need to get used to the, hey, just use your shield for it. Knockout.
I knew I could count on you.
Even though Sword and Shield kind of makes me nervous. You seem to take some sort of damage. I'm sure you have to get, like, guard up to be able to negate that. Hey, look, I did the thing. And then get the fuck out of my way.
Something's coming!
Back here. Crush. I don't know if Nintendo said how long theirs is gonna be. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that I hope that Treehouse isn't just like one fucking game too, especially since it's only the one day of Treehouse, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're doing it all week this time. So if it's just 3 hours of Breath of the Wild, I will probably not be staying tuned for that. Let it be known that Nintendo has a history of doing that. I'm not just hating on Breath of the Wild. Literally, when they showed Breath of the Wild, that E3, all they did was play Breath of the Wild the entire fucking Treehouse. Like, that was it. They were like, this is it. This is all we're doing at E3 this year. And it was fucking lame. I seem to recall the one after Mario Maker 2 was like every other segment was Mario Maker 2. So I'm hoping that since it's only the one day that they acknowledge that they have to have a variety and they can't just show one fucking game. But we'll see. I wonder if they'll even have, like, third-party stuff on the Treehouse, because they usually do, but this one might be different because of just the way things are. I don't know if we know of any. I mean, Skyward Sword, I guess, unless you just mean new games. Because it's tough. We don't know if Breath of the Wild 2, Splatoon 3, Bayonetta 3, or Metroid Prime 4. We have no idea if they're going to be this year or next year. I would assume some of them will be this year. Seriously, he did not stay knocked down very long. I don't think Splatoon 3 is this year. I think they confirmed that's 2022, but I could be wrong on that. So they might not even show that at E3, because I think they did specifically say mostly releasing this year. I just hope the whole event isn't stuff we already know about. Like, I'd prefer not see anything about Splatoon 3 if it's not coming out this year. I'd rather see new stuff that's like, oh yeah, it's coming out this year. I think it's a safe bet that at least, like, one of the other three is probably going to be this year. Good work, Crush.
comes the messy part.
They probably won't show any Pokemon stuff. Pokemon does their own events a lot now. So they might show something brief, but I wouldn't expect it. If anything, it might be in, like, a sizzle reel of, here's some other stuff coming out this year. They might show Diamond and Pearl. I don't expect a lot there, though. Okay, let me go get my last thing, and then we can wrap this up. Hey, Starlene, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. We are about to wrap up, so I don't know if you just got here, or if you've been quietly lurking the whole time. But I'm gonna turn this in quick, and then we'll probably that'll be that. I don't know how I feel about Sword and Shield just yet. I'd probably give it an average 2 stars. I like it more than I expected to, but I'm also not like, yo, this is like, it's a whole new game to me. Here comes another 100 hours of Sword and Shield. It's like nothing like that. But I do like it more than I expected to. I think I like it more than Greatsword, which is probably the one I've enjoyed the least so far. And probably more than Dual Blades. Dual Blades is still really weird for me because it's a really, really shallow weapon. But sometimes I just want to be able to turn my brain off, and it's a really good weapon for that. So it's like, I dislike it because it's boring, but I also like it because it's simple. And sometimes I don't want to have to think. I'm assuming they won't talk about Rabbids. They might show, like, a brief trailer of, hey, here's a thing that was announced a couple days ago, but they might show it during Treehouse. That's fairly likely, I think. But then Ubisoft already did, like, a bunch of... Did I already finish my side quest? Was it only fucking 1? Fuck, I thought it was 2. Oh well. Extra points that I didn't need. See, I don't know. I don't really have plans for the rest of the night, so I'll probably continue trying to play Sword and Shield a little bit more. Maybe it's that I'm not super into this, like, the one I made. Like, it might be a case... I think Switch Axe and Insect Glaive both had this problem, where it was like the first one I made just kind of wasn't doing it for me, and then when I made another one, I was like, okay, now this is it. Now I'm having a lot of fun. So that might be... It might just be something where I have to find the right weapon, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I love this.
Until next time.
It's to pick up, unfortunately. Fucking raw meat out of here, what the fuck? I probably got one of them somewhere, and then, like, accidentally restocked them. That's probably what happened. Let's go. Sweet cash. Made back part of what I used making this one. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the knockout potential. I mentioned earlier that, like, I think, getting knockouts is almost as satisfying. It might be more satisfying than cutting tails off. And maybe that's because you can do it to everything. So any weapon that has good knockout potential, I'm immediately like, oh yeah, this is fun. There's something very satisfying about it. I would maybe place this above Lance, actually, in that regard. Because Lance has the shield charge, but that's the only thing they have, so you just kind of have to spam that and just run back and forth until you get a knockout, which is kind of shallow and boring. Whereas Sword and Shield has a bunch of knockout stuff. I knew it had some knockout stuff, but it has more than I thought it did. So that's pretty cool. And as I said, I might have to I might just have to find the right weapon where I'm like, this is the one that feels right. And good. Sure, yeah, I give it a 2-star for now. I think what I'm ultimately gonna have to do is I've mentioned, I think last week, that the plan was that 2-star would be weapons that like I like. 3 stars are ones that like I can't get enough of playing this weapon, and then 1 star was gonna be I outright don't like playing this weapon and will avoid it at all costs. But none of the weapons have been I want to avoid this at all costs. So 1 star is probably going to become I get bored quickly. Like, it's fun, but after like 3 hunts, I'm like ready to do something else. Which at the moment, if I had to apply pressure to myself, would be Great Sword, probably Dual Blade. Maybe Longsword, but it's been a while since I've played Longsword, so I can't say that for sure. Feeling a little bit better about that now, I think. I'll continue to refine this as we move forward. Yeah, there hasn't been one where I'm like, I outright dislike this. It was Insect Glaive until I got high enough that I was able to get the other Kinsects. And then that kind of changed everything, and I was like, no, this is in those early moments with Insect Glaive, I was like, this is easily the worst one. Like, I hate this. But getting the other Kinsects helps a lot. Yeah, that is something interesting with the switch skills here, is like, I can see that a lot of the weapons, their switch skills are kind of like, there's one that's just better than the others, which is not great. But with Sword and Shield, I can see all of those having an application. I mean, like, for my purposes, I think I like this, the slide thing, more than the other one, but I could see why some people wouldn't like it. And then the other ones, I think, like, if I was going for status, then the other ones would probably be better. But I like the knockout build. Yeah, I'll have to play around with it a little bit more. I might, like, pick a different weapon. I might mix my armor up a little bit. I don't know. I'll see how I feel about it. I think most of these Dual Blade, most of the last few I've done, Great Sword and Dual Blade mostly, and I guess Insect Glaive. I tried to do after the Crash Course, I did, like, one night through the week, I'll play a session of, like, a couple hours of just, like, 10 hunts or something. With randos, and just see how I feel about it. And Insect Glaive, I kind of, like, came to terms with a lot. Like, that session was like, oh, I'm actually having fun with this. Whereas Greatsword, I think I only played for, like, an hour, and I'm like, this is kind of boring. Like, I didn't really like it. I do like Greatsword more as, like, a solo weapon, for sure, I think. Which might sound weird, because you'd think that Greatsword in multiplayer, it's just though you just wait for them to knock the thing down so you can get a big hit in. But that's boring. That's the thing. It's boring. Dual Blade was, like, I like Dual Blade because I can just turn my brain off. I do like that. But it's also, like, easily the most shallow of the weapons. Like, easily. I think I've already peaked with Dual Blade. Let's put it that way. I played it for, like, maybe 10 hours total, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get better with this weapon. I'm already as good as I can get. There's just no depth at all. Like, if you can manage the demon mode, which is a pretty simplistic mechanic compared to what other weapons are dealing with, you're good. At that point, it's like, you might as well move on to another weapon. thing is I didn't really have any other sword and shields that I was like, this one looks cool. I mean, there were a couple, but I talked myself out of a few of them. I think this will do for now. It's just I'm just gonna have to toy with it a little bit longer. I could always get the Rampage one and customize it the way I want, and then just pick and then just layered weapon it and use whichever visual I like if it comes to it. How good are the Rampage weapons considered in that regard? I know there was talk early on about the bow, the Rampage bow being like ridiculously good because of the customization. Are the other ones considered that good too, or is it like kind of hit or miss? I do kind of want to make the dual blades and then do something crazy like make them ice and poison or something like that. So I might still do that at some point. Most of them are considered to be pretty good. I think I try to stay away because they're super expensive. Like, they're a very big money investment. So I try not to do it for any of these, just because I'm gonna drop so much money at that point. But that's an option too. And then I could use that one that was like, that one water one that I thought looked pretty cool. I could just do something like that and then make it whatever element I want. It's tricky because I don't want to... Like, I've spent dozens of hours just min-maxing my bow build, right? And that's really the only one I've done that for. And I don't really have the time or the interest to go that nuts on every weapon setup I make. So most of them, I just want them to function, right? I just want to be able to, like, if I need to switch to them for some reason, I have that capability, and they're ready to go. So I don't want to go too crazy. Yeah, I'll try to play with it a little bit more tonight. I'd say overall my initial impressions are good. Like, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would, mostly due to the knockout potential. Oh, very good at cutting tails too. I don't think I really had any problems getting any tails, even when I was using that super under-leveled weapon in the other file. Gee, I'll try to play with it a little bit more. So that'll be it for tonight. I don't know what the next Crash Course is. Hunting Horn, I think? Yeah. Hunting Horn next, then Heavy Bowgun, then Gunlance for the finale. I'm not expecting to like Hunting Horn. Judging by what I've seen of it, I think they made it way too easy to play, and I don't think I'm going to be terribly satisfied playing it. Now maybe it's been a little dialed down since the demo, but I remember when I played Hunting Horn in the demo, I was like, this is so free. Like, this weapon is so strong that it's like practically carrying me. Maybe it's not quite that good anymore, but I think they made it a little too good, and that's gonna lead to me just being bored with it. But my expectations for almost all of these weapons haven't been what I expected. So that could be a good thing. Maybe I'll try it and I'll be like, yo, this is sick. But I remember thinking that it seemed like they made it a little too good. So we'll see. I'm more interested in the other two than I am in Hunting Horn, to be honest. But I played Hunting Horn in Generations, so I don't think I'm gonna hate it. I don't think I'm gonna hate it. I don't think I'm gonna be like, yo, this is sick. I'm just gonna be like, eh. Average. Middle of the road. judging by, I try to keep track of, like, what weapons I see when I'm playing with randos online. And judging by that, hunting horn really dropped off. Right when the game came out, hunting horns were super common. They were fucking everywhere. And I think it's because it was so goddamn powerful in the demo. But now, I, like, never see hunting horns. I think they're almost down to, like, the bottom 50%. Like, they're not even in the top 5 anymore. They dropped really far. And I'm guessing, I'm guessing it's that the demo gave us a false impression. Yeah, I don't think I streamed when I played Hunting Horn in the demo. I don't think I did. I think that was an off time, but I remember thinking this is, like, so easy. Like, it was so brainless. I was just able to just mash buttons and the monster died. And I was like, they made this way too good. But it might have just been the one they picked for the demo, for sure, so we'll see what happens. I'm not about to say, oh, I don't think I'll like this one, so we're just gonna skip it. Like, I'm not gonna do anything like that. We're still gonna do it, but it's just my expectations aren't super high. I think heavy bowgun is what I'm looking forward to the most, although I'm also worried that I'm gonna hate it, so we'll see what happens. As I said, there hasn't been one yet that I've outright hated. I think the closest were Greatsword and Insect Glaive. Greatsword playing solo was fun, but once I played it multiplayer, I was like, this is dumb. And Insect Glaive was just, I had to get the different insects, and I was like, oh, this is cool. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Otherwise, we're gonna play Picross tomorrow. And then Tuesday night, I'm going to be off because we're gonna do the Nintendo E3 event earlier on Tuesday. I'm planning on starting streaming all times from here on out, or Eastern time. I'm planning to start at 11 o'clock a.m. We're gonna play Snake RX, Snickers. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but it's Snake, except it's a roguelike. And the reason I picked that for a pre-3 game is because the music is fucking banging, and I feel like it would be a good, like, hype build up until the event. And then we'll watch the Nintendo event at noon, and then after that, we'll just hang out until I'm too tired to keep going any longer. And or when my allergies just decide we're gonna kill you now. So we'll see what happens. So then Tuesday night I'll be off. Wednesday night I will be off as per usual. And unless... I think we're gonna do Bravely Default on Thursday and Friday. Unless they, like, announce something at E3 that they're like, oh, this is out now. And then I'm like, well, I gotta play that. And then we'll do that Thursday instead. What are the chances of that happening? I wouldn't say it's super high. They've done it before, so you never know. But it's a matter of, will they do it, and will it be something that I feel like I have to play immediately? Probably not. It's probably going to be Bravely Default Thursday, Friday. But I think I have Thursday just marked as question marks for now. Just in case. And the next Crash Course will be next Sunday, which will be the Hunting Horn. So that's that. So as I said, that'll be it for tonight. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I don't think I have to do anything. I think we can just go. I think we can just leave. I'm gonna go heat up some dinner and eat. I'm super hungry. And then I'm gonna try and put in some more hours with this and see how I feel about it after doing some multiplayer hunts. We'll hope for the best. I think part of it is like, I think I like the appearance of this weapon, but it also, it feels silly cutting tails with it, maybe. And I don't love the shield. The weapon looks cool, but I don't love the shield. And also the colors are nasty. So it might be a case of I need to make a different weapon. And then I might be like, okay, now this is sick. So, we'll see. So as I said, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Next Crash Course on Sunday, Picross tomorrow, E3 on Tuesday. take it easy, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.